grey and slightly damp Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Worcester. The good news is that we're going to start play at 20 to 11. I'll be very surprised if the lights aren't switched on. There is rain around and I think we will get interruptions throughout the day, but the good news is we're going to start. So a quick shout out around the ground. There's not that many people in who I think we're keeping an eye on the weather forecast. Just want to make sure that the commentary is going out around the ground. If anyone has got the headsets in, they could perhaps give us a wave from the Spenkama Pavilion. I think Julian has decided it's about too wet to come down. I know it's pouring with rain in Haywards Heath, which isn't far from here. So fingers crossed the commentary is going out and you can hear us through the live stream as well. But I'm going to leave you with your commentary team for the first 20 minutes or so. It's going to be Frank Watson and first of all this morning Ariana Dowse. Good morning to you, Ariana.
Good morning. Well, it's been quite a rainy start here in Hove, but it's been dry for the last hour and a bit, so the covers are off. The players are now taking to the pitch, and we've only delayed the start by 10 minutes, which is not too bad.
That's right, which none of us would have expected this about an hour ago. I think, Ariana, you, like me, got a little bit damp on the way to the ground this morning, and the rain set in about sort of 9:15, 9:30, and I walked in. One of the stewards on the gate said to me, "We're not going to see much cricket today." And here we are at 10:40, about to start. Still gloomy, as Adrian was just saying, but play about to get underway, and none of us expected this. Even an hour ago, I would say. But the ground staff are still hovering by the covers. I don't think we're going to get through the day uninterrupted. The forecast is for spasmodic rain, but you never know. Worcestershire resuming then, 87 without loss in reply to Sussex's 220. Jake Libby is on strike, he's on 42. And at the non-strikers end, Ed Pollock, who's on 36. And Fahim Ashraf is going to take up the attack. Had a chat with a few of the Worcestershire players last night, Ariana, after the game, and I said to Ed Pollock, "You look like Ed Pollock, but you're not quite batting like Ed Pollock." And he grinned and said, "Yeah, I've been trying really hard to rein it in." He said, "I keep looking up at the scoreboard and see how many balls I've faced for how many runs I've got." And he said, "Even I'm taken by surprise." But we talked about it yesterday, how he had battled almost against his natural instincts in this innings, and very solidly he played. Here's Ashraf, first ball of the day from the Cromwell Road end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Libby, left alone outside the off stump and taken by Ollie Carter,
So
the Sussex wicketkeeper.
Was that something that he was working on since then with the coaches?
Yeah, definitely. I think is something, certainly probably with the coaches. And I talked to Joe Leach about it actually in his sort of post-match interview, and he said, you bowl at Ed in the nets and you realise that he has got the technique to play these sort of innings, but it's just a kind of resisting his instincts, his urges almost. Ashraf again in, left alone again by Libby outside the off stump. But if he can turn himself into a more, you don't want him to lose his attacking shots completely, of course, because can turn games in a very short time. But it's being able to switch between the two modes, I suppose, to go through the gears in an innings, perhaps you could describe it as. But anyway. We'll see, but it's encouraging signs in the last couple of games. Certainly Ashraf again moves towards us directly down the hill and bowls again outside Libby's off stump, and he leaves that alone, and it's taken by Ollie Carter. The other thing that came out of my interview last night with Joe Leach was that how much more the pitch did in the first session yesterday than they even expected. I mean, Worcestershire would have batted had they won the toss, so they were disappointed to lose the toss. But then that cloud came over after the toss had been made and the ball nipped around, but it was more that it did more off the pitch than they expected it to when they looked at the surface. Mm-hmm. So an interesting chat I had with him. Ashraf again bowls, and there's that characteristic back foot force from Libby, punched away behind square on the offside, but Sussex had their third man very wide, not really a third man, almost a deep backward point, and therefore just a single for Libby. The first run of the day goes to 43, and Worcestershire to 88 without loss. And the man we've been discussing, Ed Pollock, is going to be on strike for the first time at this CN. 2 balls left in the over. I talked about Pollock's tendency to lift that ball from his body away on the leg side and be caught. He's also occasionally had a problem flirting outside the off stump. Well, haven't all openers, I suppose you could say, but there's 3 slips in place as Ashraf comes in. The lights are on, it is very gloomy, and Pollock is pushing this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. Not ideal conditions, I would say. Ariana, if you're an opening batsman, when you look out there at the moment, everything looks as though it would be in the bowler's favour, doesn't it?
I was just about to ask that. How are the conditions today at the start compared to yesterday? It's quite in contrast, really.
It is. The ball is, of course, well, how many overs have we had? It's just 30 overs. The ball's 30 overs old. They changed it once, didn't they? So it should still have a good deal of hardness. Is Ashraf in bowls, and Pollock does edge him past the slips all along the ground, and he gets 4. So a boundary for Ed Pollock. 5 off the first over of the day. Pollock is on 40, Libby 43, and Worcestershire in the gloom under the floodlights 92 without loss. Pretty steady first over from Ashraf. Maybe would have liked to have made Libby play a little bit more. It's going to be Henry Crocombe, I think. Is it from the C end? No, maybe not.
A step away.
No, it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, isn't it, I think? Or is it? Not sure. Whoever it is busy at the moment, just removing some muck from his spikes, and we can't quite see. He's obscured.
Sure.
And I think
I do quite like the floppy hat, though.
Yeah, doesn't quite seem appropriate, does it? It's Brad Curry, isn't it? He's going to have a go from the CN with his left arm seam, and he'll be bowling to Libby. 2 slips only for the left arm.
He's just doing some warm-ups there to mid-on. They've got 2 slips in play here for Libby, as Curry heads to the start of his run-up, wiping the ball off a bit. I'm sure it'll be a little bit wet out there. Have to look after the ball after 30 overs old. He's running away from us into bowls Libby. It's driven nicely through the covers, racing away towards the boundary, and that's well fielded by the Sussex fielders. They comfortably get 3 off the first ball. A little bit of a loosener there, I'd say.
Yeah, but and Libby didn't really time it, did he? He found the gap, which was good, but didn't really time it. The outfield a bit slow, so there's a combined effort by about 3 fielders. Good sliding recovery to flick the ball back in from Alior, I think, and then the job completed by Hudson-Prentice. So he gets 3, Libby.
Ed Pollock now on strike. Curry stays over the wicket to the left-hander as he runs away from us from the C end. And bowls, and it's defended off his pads into the onside for 1 run. Fielded there by mid-on. Nice, quite easy run there. Nice rotation.
Yeah, nicely taken. Just saw the run straight away, didn't he? Saw that it was on. I mentioned yesterday, I think the understanding between these two is growing with time. Obviously, this season, a new opening partner for Libby, with Daryl Mitchell having retired.
Curry's running away from us at the seaside end into Libby. Bowls. And again, driven nicely off
This
the front
time he's
foot.
timed it, hasn't he?
Definitely, that's racing away for 4. For suited, but
100 up for Worcestershire. Quite a few Worcestershire fans here, actually, I noticed as I walked around the ground yesterday, so that applause you can hear is probably led by them. A few generous Sussex supporters might have joined in as the 100 comes up. 100 without loss. Good start for Worcestershire in reply to 220.
I also saw a few bucket hats with
Did you Worcestershire bucket
Worcestershire
hats?
bucket hats. I thought that was quite the fashion.
Yeah.
Surprised Sussex haven't picked up on that, creating
Well,
some.
they will soon, I think. They're appearing in club shops around the country, aren't they, I think?
Definitely. New trends being followed by the population, I'm sure. And a slip's just been removed here for Libby, gone into short mid-wicket, I'd say. As Curry is running into bowl here. It's left alone by Libby as it's quite a wide delivery outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, Ollie Carter.
It's an odd scene, isn't it? It looks really dark. We're sitting behind slightly tinted glass here because that means that we can move around without disturbing the batsman, and we're right behind the arm. But it's gloomy, the lights are on, and it looks as though everything would be in the bowler's favour, but Worcestershire have made a very good start this morning.
Definitely agree with that. As Curry's running into bowl away from us, and it's defended very solidly. Fielded off his own bowling as well for no run. That was a bit better line and length from him.
Yeah,
there.
he's not quite settled, is he? But to be fair, we've got to give him an over or two at least.
Sure, it is the first over from the seaside end. And the floodlights are on, lighting up the pitch a bit more for the batters to see the ball, I'm sure. As Curry runs away from us into bowl to Libby, who is on the back foot just defending that into the onside for no run, offside for no run even. And that's the end of the over. Worcestershire 100 without loss, Libby on 50 and Ed Pollock on 41.
Yeah, of course, that extra applause for the 100 was Libby's 50 as well, wasn't it? So we should give the stats of that. 100 balls and 4 fours, which, very solid, isn't it? 100 balls, 50. Probably just what an opener would say is what he should be doing. Taking no risks, making sure that you get a good start. Pollock now faces Ashraf, and he drives him, pushes him really up to mid-off, and there's a no run. So just to reiterate, 98 balls actually it was for Libby's 100, and 8 fours. A very solid start. First wicket partnership, 100 in 191 balls, and in stark contrast to what we saw yesterday morning when at one stage the home side were 23 for 5. Ashraf again from the Cromwell Road end, 3 slips in place, bowls to the left-handed Pollock, leg stump full of length and pushed up to mid-on where it's fielded by Carson. And it was Carson, not Orr, that did that sliding stop in the previous over. Running round from third man. Busy player. Played well yesterday. Last man out, 58, before he was run out by a direct hit from Jake Libby. Ashraf again, in to the left-handed Pollock, angled across him, left alone by the Worcestershire opener and taken by Ollie Carter behind the stumps.
I'm just having a word there.
About running on the pitch, Ashraf, yeah. We were saying yesterday, it's the first time he's played here at Hove, and I think any bowler, and indeed one or two of the Worcestershire staff, I talked to them last night, talked to Alan Richardson, the bowling coach, and he said, I used to find it really difficult bowling here, he said. It does take a while to get used to this slope. And here's Ashraf again, and he bowls, and that one angles across Pollock and then goes quite extravagantly off the pitch, evades the diving Robinson, Carter, I beg your pardon, outside the off stump as he dived away to his left. He parried it, pushed it around the post really, but they run through for 2 byes, first byes of the game I think, and That takes the total on to 102. But just going back to that point, Alan Richardson was saying that the other thing was that, most bowlers come here and they all think, down the hill must be best, with the slope, running downhill, etc. And he said, but actually, there are quite a few of the more experienced ones. Ashraf bowls again, that's a good delivery outside off some good leave from Pollock, climbed a little bit after pitching. But he said a lot of the more experienced seamers around the circuit, actually, who've been here a few times, tend to favour the sea end, and that really is surprising, isn't it? When you actually look at it, you'd think most bowlers. I think if you turned up here with two club bowlers who'd never played here before and said which end do you want, they'd both say, I'll have the top end. But not always easy to cope with a slope like this. Ashraf in bowls, and that's a beautiful shot from Pollock, over pitched on leg stump and cracked away through mid wicket all along the ground. Kept his head up, didn't fall over it. Lovely shot. And Pollock moves on to 45, and Worcestershire's position of strength continues to develop. They're 106 without loss now, and they've made a good start this morning in 3 overs of the gloom.
Yes.
And I think we might be about to see a bowling change already. Indeed, I think it is. Henry Crocombe going to come on at this sea end. So Brad Curry not happy, we thought, in that first over, and it appears to be confirmed by the change.
Definitely.
Oh no. Maybe not. He's just going around the wicket, is he? Yeah, he's just going around the wicket, so beg your pardon, my mistake. He's decided to just go round the wicket to the right-hander.
So still Bradley Curry running away from us into bowl to Libby, who defends it, and it's dropped as it's fielded off his own bowling. And that's
Crocombe's at mid-off. They're quite similar, aren't they, in stature and looks? In my defence, Crocombe and Curry, very similar.
Yeah.
And he was in there helping him, looking at the footholds, and he went around the wicket. And now he's chatting to the captain. He's not happy, is he? He's not happy with his field. He's not happy with anything at the moment. Moving that mid-wicket back into second slip, bringing the extra cover over to mid-wicket. Maybe fit, and now the third man is coming up to cover point, so he's decided he doesn't need a third man now that he's angling the ball into the right-hander and not pushing it across the right-hander, which makes some sense. And he wants 2 slips. So after quite lengthy negotiations with his captain, he's settled on this field.
See if the fielding change works as Curry goes into bowl away from us towards the batter, and that's left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper.
I think the problem he had in his first over was length, really, wasn't it, rather than line. He overpitched twice and got driven by Libby, but he's decided that by going around the wicket he can restrict Libby a little bit more, or at least that's what he's hoping.
And adding back in 2 slips as well, so hoping to entice him into the trap, hopefully.
You've got to have 2 slips still, haven't you? You need some wickets.
This carries in and it's defended just to the offside, no run scored. I was going to ask, what do you think the Sussex chat would be overnight this morning?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that. I mean, they dropped one chance yesterday, didn't they? I think probably just, it would be pretty obvious that the ball's still only 30 overs old. We need to just be consistent, hit at good areas, and if we get 1, we might get 2, we might get 3, and the game could look very different. Make sure you take your chance when it comes along. Don't let them get away to a good start.
As Curry's in, and it's left alone very well by Libby outside off stump.
I always think it's quite difficult for both sides on a day where, even they wouldn't have been expecting to start at 10:40 any more than we were. And then they would have looked at the weather forecast and thought it's going to be a bit of a stop-start kind of a day. And I think coaches and captains and players mentally preparing for the day, it's sometimes quite difficult to get your frame of mind absolutely where it should be when you're not quite sure what to expect. And that's why I think it's been such a good start by these two this morning.
This carries in and it's flicked off his legs for no runners. That's well fielded by, I believe that's Alior.
Yeah.
Sliding away on the ground there.
He's a real live wire in the field, isn't he?
Definitely.
Always busy, always quick to the ball.
He always seems to be in a position where he gets the ball.
Yeah, well, that's good captaincy, isn't it? I think, put your best fielder where the ball's most likely to go. Yeah, very good.
That's something that we're being told to do at Vipers Academy. Even where is the ball likely to go, and put your key fielders there.
Absolutely. I've noticed increasingly, even white ball cricket particularly, that fielders will move from one end of the field to the other, which was an absolute no-no years ago.
It carries in and it's defended there by Libby from no runners. It goes on to the offside.
But a good long-on fielder who's quick over the ground and got good hands might move from one end of the ground to the other, which you would have been told years ago, never do that. But you've got to get the key men in the right place. End of the over, 106 without loss. I'm going to leave you after a few more words from Ariana. It will be for the first time Adrian Harms, and I'll be back later.
Thank you. Yeah, at training recently, all the girls have been training for their specialist fielding positions now. So we have at Southern Vipers Emily Windsor, who's a very, very good boundary fielder, and she will jog boundary to boundary so she can work in her specialist fielding position. And it's just something that they're encouraging now at higher levels of cricket, where they're just training them to be specialist in their fielding requirements, because you're out there for however long and you're going to have your best fielders in the best positions, I'd say.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In their pockets or something, or maybe a box of balls that just that stays at square leg or something like that. I just think it just we don't know how much play we're going to get today, and we've got an interruption now because we're changing the ball. Is that me just being?
No, I'd say
being Adrian.
Correct. No, I feel like with cricket they've introduced a shorter format, which is a bit more, it's very fast paced, it's very like non-stop, it's go go go, and I feel like that's what they're trying to encourage throughout all formats of cricket. So maybe this is something that the UCB should look into.
Brian got in touch. I'm glad you agree, Ariana, because I thought that was just Adrian being old and miserable. But Brian was in touch yesterday, and he says, "Hi, Adrian. Rechanging the balls quicker. I'm definitely in favour of questioning the limit." So I did say maybe they should only query it a couple of times in an inning, something like that. But maybe the umpires have a special pocket or pouch for spares, a la baseball umps. So admittedly in cricket they don't change after every ball like they do in baseball. So I don't know. I just think it disrupts the flow of the game. And to be fair, the umpire is now jogging back out to the middle, and we'll get underway. But it's been a real pain this season with the constant interruptions and changing of the ball. And I think it could be a quicker process. But it is going to be Ashraf who's going to carry on. Good start this morning from Worcestershire. Interesting thoughts, and we'll talk to Ariana about getting ready for day's play in a minute. As in comes Ashraf running in down the hill, bowls to Pollock, who's forward and plays that into the covers, and there is no room. Because the weather forecast today isn't great, and they did say there could be interruptions, so it's not far away. I don't think many people thought we would start on time, but that sort of mental preparation, I guess you just got to be ready, Ariana. You can't completely rely on the weather forecast.
No, yeah, as you said, they only started 10 minutes late, which I'm sure many of them wouldn't have expected, so it's very much having your routine and doing it still, adjusting it for rain delays and maybe not being able to go onto the outfield because it's wet or something like that. Just adjusting.
Yeah, Ashraf in bowls, Pollock forward, plays down the onside. Ashraf fields of his own bowling, there is no run. There's obviously rain about, because I just see someone's come into the ground at the far end, and he's got or he or she has got an umbrella up. And actually sitting in the southwest stand, I could see a couple have got an umbrella up, and I could just hear the pitter-patter actually of rain on our effects mic, if we're quiet for a minute.
Very slightly,
Very
yeah.
slight-
Very slightly.
But to the north of the ground, up towards the downs, I thought that was where the weather was coming from. It is a bit brighter, but it's a grey. Not a good day if you want to go sunbathing. In comes Ashraf Bowles. Pollock gets on the pad. That's going to be close, but I think that's sliding down the leg side. But a good view of that, and I think that was missing leg stump.
Yeah, also with the shot that Pollock was playing, flicking it into the leg side, I think it was going down the leg personally. But as you said, we've got a very good view of it.
Brilliant view, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Best view in the house. Oh dear, someone's not very happy. There's not many people in the ground today, and I can see a gentleman, or I keep saying gentleman, it could be a lady, of course. I can see 2 umbrellas up in the deck chairs now at the far end. So it's, credits to the umpires there, because they're keeping the players out there. How much longer? We'll have to wait and see. Ashraf is in bowls, and Pollock just plays this onto the onside, fielded there by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. We spoke to Jack Carson at the close of play yesterday. We were talking about his innings, and he just said how much he enjoyed it. Really, he's been out for, he said I've been out for 11 months, and just to be playing some cricket was just nice. Really, it's been a really frustrating time for Jack, and it was great to see him back.
Injuries are a very tough one to come.
Yeah, have you had any bad injuries, Ariana?
No, I've been really lucky.
Touch wood.
Actually. Yeah, where's the wood?
Touch wood.
Touching wood.
In comes Ashraf Bowles, and Pollock pulls that around to the leg side, doesn't time it at all. In fact, he slipped in playing the shot fielded by Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket, and there is no run, so it remains 106 without loss.
That looked almost like the shot you guys were describing yesterday.
Yeah.
About Ed Pollock's playing across the line and over.
Well, Frank was saying he loves that shot backward and square on the leg side, and you're quite right. And there's no all Sussex have got this morning is the fine leg, so he's got licence to play that shot over backward square leg. Ashraf turns at the far end of the ground, floodlights on. Whizzle around, he's in and bowls, and Pollock plays firmly, luckily shot as well, through the offside, through extra cover. A good tumbling stop by, is it Tom Haynes up there at mid-off? I think it is. And it's 1 more to Pollock. He goes to 51. The total goes to 107 without loss. The umpires pretty much march back into position. So whilst I've been a little critical about the time it's taking to change the ball, that's not the umpire's fault. I think that could be a directive to speed things up. But I think on days like today, you just sort of need the umpires to be leading the players. And I'm sure some of the players may be looking at the umpires saying, well, should we be out here, umpire? But they seem pretty determined to stay out there, Ariana.
Yeah, I think their mindset will be try and get as much cricket in today, especially with tomorrow's forecast not looking...
Yeah, is tomorrow really horrible?
It's meant to be worse than today with rain, but fingers crossed that it might be wrong.
Yeah.
And we could get all 4 days of cricket played. Last time I was here, it also rained, I think.
When was that?
I think New Zealand played here against Sussex.
Yeah.
And I was only on comms for the first day, and that was the only day to be rained off. So
that's right. And actually, it rained. Did it rain the last? Did you come the last day as well? It was just the first day.
I was just there for the first day that day. So
now the umpires are looking at each other. Sussex making a change in the field, but it is going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground.
And he's coming over the wicket with 2 slips in play for Ed Pollock as he bowls, and it's played off his legs, flicked off his legs for
Beautiful
4
shot.
runs there. It was a classy shot from Ed Pollock, and I believe that brings up his 50. So second 50 of the morning for Ed Pollock, and Worcestershire move on to 111 not out for no wicket even.
Well, that was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? I mean, it was slightly overpitched by Brad Curry, just erring down the leg side. It wasn't the worst ball in the world, but Pollock absolutely dispatched it through mid-wicket. And there aren't that many people in the ground. And that applause you could hear was all the way at the far end from the Worcestershire lads who were sitting on the balcony. So a super shot by Ed Pollock. And these two are putting Worcestershire into a really strong position in this match. They're only trailing now by 109 with all 10 wickets still in place.
As Curry runs away from us into bowl, and it's a play and a miss, I believe.
Yeah, it was. I didn't miss the off stump by very much. Ed Pollock makes a sign towards Jake Libby as if to explain what happened there, but that was a good delivery. And that was quite reminiscent, really, of the way that Joe Leach was bowling yesterday. He was pitching the ball up, making it do a little bit. And with these overheads, you'd have thought, Ariana, the ball might swing around a little bit this morning.
Yeah, there's not been as much movement as it was yesterday morning, has there? Yesterday morning was quite...
Oh, it was. Yeah.
Quite a good morning for bowlers to have their fun.
It was.
Take their wickets.
Yeah.
Not to Sussex favour, unfortunately. As Curry runs into bowl to Ed Pollock, and it's flicked off his legs, racing away down to fine leg. It's another 4.
Yeah, and that was a poor delivery by Brad Curry, and he knew it as well. And he wanders back to his mark, and he's really cross with himself. He's got his fine leg quite square, and he drifted that delivery onto the leg stump. And Ed Pollock, I'm not saying it was an easy shot to play. It's always very easy when you're sitting up here, but he just a little deft touch, and even though the outfield is probably a little damp, the ball just raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. I thought Sussex didn't bowl particularly well last night, if I'm being honest. I think there were too many balls that the batsmen were able to leave. But today, these two are really cashing in. In fact, the scoreboard hasn't gone to Pollock. They must have been leg byes. I didn't see the umpire's signal.
Balls, and again off his legs, but flicked a little wider to the fine leg fielder for 1 run. The scoreboard has just updated. It did go to the batsman.
It did. I apologise.
It took a second there.
Yeah, it did.
Usually so fast to update here.
I'm just looking at the way the weather's. I'm looking at the way the clouds are going, Ariana. They're drifting from east to west, so which is not normally the way the wind. Normally the weather comes from the west, sort of up the channel, but it's going in a different direction today. So that, I think we just got this weather system sort of swirling around at the moment.
Hopefully we'll get lucky in it.
Yeah, it's brighter, isn't it? Towards the downs.
Yeah.
It's a lot brighter.
As Curry goes into ball, and it's driven nicely to mid off for no run, as it's well fielded there by Henry Kirkham. Yeah, I believe the grey clouds there are just beyond the cricket field. They're just going past, luckily.
Yeah, they are. They are. I mean, it is strange. I mean, Julian, who's a regular contributor, who's often sitting in the Spen Calmer, he's not there today, got in touch to say it's pouring with rain in Hayward Heath, which is what, as the crow flies, 10 miles from Brighton? Not that much further. 15 at the very most.
Do you have play here as there's
we
no
do.
rain? As Curry goes into ball, and it's defended off the back foot there for no run. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire are 116 for naught. Ed Pollock is now on 55 runs with Libby on 50.
Yeah, 9 runs off that over from Brad Curry as well. Changed the complexion of his figures. I thought he bowled well yesterday, Brad Curry. I thought he was the bowler who looked to me most likely to take wickets. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 25. But it is going to be Fahim Ashraf who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Just joined us, very good morning. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Ariana Dowse and Frank Watson, your commentary team this week. And we're just glad to have some players. Ashraf comes running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Pollock, who drives, and he's going to get 4 runs. That wasn't far away from, who's that diving in the gully? Is that Ali Orr diving away to his right-hand side?
I believe so, yeah.
I don't think it carried to Ali Orr. But it was a slightly full shot from Ed Pollock. Nonetheless, he picks up another boundary. He goes to 59, and the runs are coming really rather easily for Worcestershire this morning. Scoreboard correct? I think it's.
Don't think it's just.
There we go. It's just changing now. 120 without loss. The umbrella at the far end of the ground has gone down, Ariana, which is good news. And indeed, the gentleman who's watching in the southwest corner as well, his umbrella's gone down. So
it does look to be brightening up.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. You know, who knows? Maybe the weather forecast might be wrong. Let's hope so. As Ashraf is in and bowls, and that short pull away by Pollock, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Now that's the shot that Frank's been talking about. It was too short, pulled away, 6 runs, and Frank is in the little commentary booth next door to us, and he just raised his hand as if to say, "Yes, I told you he could play that shot." Well, I didn't disbelieve Frank for a moment, because he played that shot on numerous occasions at New Road, and to be honest, it was a ball that was asking to be hit. It was short, and there's a relatively short leg side boundary. There's no one at deep backward square, and it was a gimme really for Ed Pollock. He goes to 65. What a lovely shot that was, and Worcestershire to 126 without loss.
Well, I can finally say I saw the Ed Pollock shot.
Yeah, the Pollock shot. The Pollock swivel and hit for 6. In comes Ashraf. Bowls. Oh, that's a good response. Just a delivery slanting across the left-hander. And it goes through to keeper Carter. And there is no run. So floodlights on. But we've had some entertaining cricket, really, in the day and a half hour this morning. 10 wickets going down yesterday. Really good response by Worcestershire, who are batting themselves into a very good position here.
That was a good reply there.
It was a good reply, wasn't it?
So,
yeah, it really was. I can hear some pitter-patter of rain on our effects mic. In comes Ashraf. Bowls. Pollock drives down the ground. More runs here. I don't know if that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. In hot pursuit is Jack Carson and Tom Haynes. And they give it up, and Pollock drills the ball down the ground. And that's another boundary. So 16. What am I talking about? 14 off of this over. 4-6.4. Pollock goes to 69. Worcestershire will just want to stay out here because I can hear the rain is falling, and a couple of people in the southwest stand are just reaching into their bags and picking out coats, etc. So the rain is falling a little more heavily. You can just hear that in our effects mic now. So having said it, looks as if that brighter weather was coming this way.
We were deceived.
Yeah, and an umbrella's gone up at the far end of the ground now. In comes Ashraf. In over the wicket bowls, and Pollock short pulled away, and that's not a great delivery, and it's punched away, and that's gone for 4 more. And Ed Pollock is putting his foot to the floor here, and I have to say, we've spoken a little bit about how difficult it is. Fahim Ashraf has come into the Sussex side. He's bowling down the hill, but he's an international cricketer, and I think he's bowled really 2 long hops there. One has been hit for 6, one for 4, and this over has now gone for 18, 134 without loss.
Yeah, definitely. Just 2 short balls, and Ed Pollock has pounced and capitalised on those, really.
Yeah.
Just punished the bad balls this over, unfortunately, for Ashraf, but...
Well, they've changed the field now, Ariana, and now Finn Hudson-Prentice is at deep square leg. They've moved Ali Orr out of the gully into an orthodox mid-wicket, and Tom Clark has gone from second slip to gully. And I don't think we'll see Ed Pollock playing that shot again. I think we may be going off the field in a moment because the rain does seem to be getting a little harder. In comes Ashraf again, down the hill, bowls to Pollock, who lets that one go outside of the off stump. The umpires are going a little natter, and I think we may be going off. Let's see what the ground staff are doing. They're just down below us. They're not making any moves as if to bring the covers on, but Ben Gibson and his 4 assistants are sitting down to my left-hand side. They're ready to bring on the covers if required, and we are... staying on.
Yeah.
You can hear the pitter-patter of the rain in our effects mic, but we're staying on. So well done, umpires. Sometimes umpires get a bit of stick for taking players off too soon, but well done, umpires. We're staying on.
I mean, after that good over for the batting side, it's usually the batters that complain a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
About the rain and worried about their bat getting wet and all that.
Now, I'm taking off my shoe, Ariana, because I've hurt my foot. And the physios downstairs gave me this plastic ball to put under my foot and let it roll to and fro, which they say is going to help whatever I've done to my foot. It's called something very complicated, platinitis, or I don't know what it is. Anyway.
As Curry runs into far away from us, and it's driven a misfield from the cover field. I think that's...
Hudson-Prentice, I think.
Yes. So they'll go through for a couple there. It was a lovely time shot by Libby, but straight to the fielder, but straight through the fielder. There at the covers.
I'll tell you what, Ariana, the ground staff here are a really good guide to whether it's going to rain or not. And when it was pitter-patter, now it's stopped a little bit now. And when Ben and his team get the advertising hoardings out of the way, then the covers are coming on and we're going off. But they're just sitting there waiting. They're poised, but they haven't taken the advertising boards down or anything. So maybe the rain apps are being fairly accurate.
Curry's in, and it's defended off his legs for no run.
Yeah, you're in very quickly there and getting the ball in, and Sussex just need to they just look a little sluggish in the field, but that'd be fair. I mean, they haven't bowled particularly well this morning. A bit of clapping of hands going on, and I think Ali Orr, they're racing in and fielding the ball. That's just what it needs to say, come on lads, we can, we're not out of this. We may be struggling, but we certainly need to to keep going.
As Curry's in, and it's off his legs, but for no run there. So it just hits the pads, I believe.
Dribbled out on the onside. Interesting field, actually, because they've got the two slips in place. 3 men saving one on the offside, then the leg side field. They've got a mid on. Ali Orr is in really quite close there, isn't he? At shortish mid-wicket. I don't know if that's for the little chip through mid-wicket that maybe Jake Libby has played on a couple of occasions, but he's quite, what is he? About 4 cut strips away is Ali Orr.
Brad Curry really working on that ball there, trying to...
Yeah, and in fairness, the ball could be getting a bit slippery with this sort of constant sort of drizzle.
As he bowls, and it's defended off the back foot there by Jack Libby for no run into the offside. Yeah, it's definitely something the fielders are looking to keep that ball dry there for the bowlers and make sure it's not slippy and comes out a bit full.
Well, the umbrella is still up at the far end, but not in the southwest corner, so I think it's just going to be one of those days, and I think a lot's going to depend on the umpires today, Ariana, as to how much play we're getting. So far, in my book, they get 10 out of 10 because it's, they're deeming it's just about playable.
As Curry goes into bowl, it's left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper.
Let's have a quick look in a moment and just see where else there may be play today, or if any other games are affected. Let's have a little look. I think the worst of the weather is in this neck of the woods, actually.
So it's turned from yesterday.
Yeah, it has.
It's our turn now.
Yeah, I mean, so they are playing at Northampton, they're playing in Birmingham, they're playing at Headingley. I want all the fixtures up, not just the First Division ones. Let's get those up in a sec.
Libby tapping his bat there as Curry runs into bowl away from us at the seaside end. And it's back foot punched through the covers. That's racing away for 4. Fielders in hot pursuit, but as usual at Hove, it goes for 4 runs as it races away after it passes the infield. Libby moves on to 60 runs, I believe, if it's not updated yet.
Yes. Let's just wait and... Well, the bowling analysis has gone up, so it must be 56. Jake Libby was 240 without loss. And this has been a terrific start. Now, are we going off?
Yes, the umpires.
I think we are now. I wasn't aware that the rain had got any heavier, to be honest. But the umpires have clearly decided, and actually from a Sussex perspective, they'll be thinking to themselves, well, maybe that's a good thing, because Worcestershire off to an absolute flyer today. In the 40 minutes we've had, they've added 53 in no time at all. We've had 8 overs this morning. I think Frank will probably give me the nod on that, and a really good start by Worcestershire. So we've got a break in play as the covers are wheeled out down below. So it might be a little harsh, Ariana, because the ball is probably a little damp and it may be difficult, but I just don't think Sussex have bowled particularly well, if I'm being honest.
No, they've not seemed to hit their areas yet, the bowlers, this morning. They've bowled either too full or too short, and just the batters have punished the bad balls, and they've had plenty of those to capitalise on. And with a couple of expensive overs, there's not a lot of change-ups, unfortunately, for Sussex.
think, but the light is probably better now than it's been pretty much during the 8 overs that we had. 8 overs in which Ed Pollock has gone from 36 to 73, and Worcestershire have added 50 in just 8 overs. I have to say, mitigating circumstances, maybe a slightly slippery ball, but I don't think Sussex have bowled at all well this morning. Frank is back with me, and Worcestershire have cashed in here.
Yeah, they have. In particular, Ed Pollock, who, he took 18 in 1 over, didn't he?
He did.
For Home Ashraf, and he is capable, as I've constantly been saying, of playing that way. They've got to start again a little bit here now. Never great for the batsman when you're going on and off. Sussex probably would have been glad of that little break,
agree.
just to gather in the changing room, and for Tom Haynes to say to the lads, "Come on, we can bowl better than this." And there's still a bit in the pitch. The ball's not that old, but yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Gloomy light, the batter's on top, and yet when you look at the circumstances, you'd think really it's better to bowl than to bat. But I suppose the ball will get a little bit damp, even though they've taken the rope around the field. And it's, as I say, it's 30 odd overs old. They've actually tried to get it changed a couple of times, haven't they? As you do these days. But good little mini session for Worcestershire, that.
Very much so. Henry Crocombe is going to take over from Fahim Ashraf, who 10 overs and now cost 50 runs. I think comes Crocombe running a little gingerly down the hill, comes in and bowls to Pollock, who drives at that first ball, manages to work the ball down to third man, picks up a single, until it goes to 141 without loss. What I would say, thank you, Ariana, who's on the coffee duty, so that's very kind. What I would say, I agree with you, Frank. I think stopping and starting is never easy when you're batting, but also for the bowlers. They've gone off, and you've got yourself warmed up again, and so it's not ideal. The light is sort of 1 minute you think it's better, the next minute not. And there's certainly rain around, and Ben Gibson and is very hard working. Taking at Sussex are just down below us, so I think we are going to get interruptions. The weather forecast is suggesting some heavier rain this afternoon, but let's just hope we get as much cricket as we can, and Worcestershire will want us stay out there as long as they can, because Worcestershire are in a very, very strong position in this match. Crocombe down the hill to bowl to Jake Libby, who's on 56. He's in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. And what do you reckon, Frank? Was that a play and a miss, or did he pull the bat?
I think that, whether he did or not, best delivery of the day, I reckon, so far. That one pitched and left the right-hander. That's what I'm saying. I still think that there's a bit more in this pitch than we might have thought, looking at what we saw in that first 8 overs this morning. Certainly talking to the Worcestershire lads last night, they were surprised by how much they got in terms of movement off the surface.
In comes Crocombe bowls, and Libby works this one back to the square on the offside, picks up a single fielded by the very eager Jack Carson, who's making up for lost time. Jack, he was saying yesterday, 11 months out of the game, and he just so pleased to be back on the cricket field, and he's hurling himself around. He was saying last night he puts on these inflatable trousers, which gives some sort of a treatment to them, and he was a little while coming out last night, Jack, but he's just glad to be out. He even told us what his haircut was.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It is a mullet, but it's a particular sort of mullet. Ariana's laughing, so she must know.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe bowls. Pollock lets that go outside the off stump. The only haircut I know, Frank, is short back and sides. And when I go to the barber nowadays, I go in and he says, he's a nice fella in town, but he always says, "What do you want? Do you want a 1, 2, 3, or 4?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I just want it short. I don't want it all off."
Yeah.
So I think I'm a 2 when he cuts my hair. But anyway, he did say me what sort of I'll have to listen back to the interview. He did tell me. In comes Crocombe, running in and bowls, and stands tall. Does Pollock, and just plays it into the offside or runs round to field, but can't prevent a well-taken single. Pollock goes to 75, and total of 143 without loss. But it must be all the rage. But he's very keen to be playing cricket again. The light's just gone a little bit darker again, Frank, hasn't it?
It's difficult to tell, as we keep saying, because we are behind this slightly tinted glass. I wandered into the press box and put my head out of the window to gauge it a few minutes ago, and it was actually a lot lighter than I anticipated. But it's not good, is it?
No. And we'll get an early indication, because we can hear the rain falling on our effects microphone. In a minute, I can't hear anything, which is good. As Crocombe comes in, bowls to Libby, who tucks that away through mid-wicket. They'll look for 2 here. Hudson Prentice has to run round. Well, they were thinking about 2, and I think there might have been 2 there actually, but Hudson Prentice was in reasonably quickly from deep mid-wicket to field. But Jake Libby picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 58, Worcestershire to 144 without loss. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson, Ariana Dowse, your commentary team, and we've got a change of bowling, and the skipper is bringing himself on to bowl. Tom Haynes, who bowled very tidily yesterday, and I think that's rather a reflection of the way that Sussex have bowled.
Yeah, and he's the one bowler who's had a catch dropped, isn't he, in this innings, because it was him who was bowling when Ed Pollock was dropped at slip by Tom Alsop. A really sharp one, to be fair. It wasn't today, I hasten to add, it was last night when Pollock was on 34, and it was 83 for no wicket at that stage, and just threw one up outside off stump, and Pollock threw everything at it, really edged it quickly, and Alsop diving to his left was unable to hold on. But a bit of a golden arm, isn't he, Tom Haynes? By no means no. Well, he's an occasional bowler, but he's better than that, I think, and he's going to ply his trade from this CN, moving away from us now, right arm over, medium pace. His first ball is on a length, and Libby punches it into the covers, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover, who is that man, Tom Alsop, and there's no run. Libby, junior partner today, 58 off 119 balls. Ed Pollock has faced a similar number of balls. He's on 75 off 118, and this is a really significant partnership. Haynes again in bowls to Libby, who looks to work this one off his pads, misses it. Ollie Carter gets gloves on it, but doesn't take it cleanly down the leg side, but he stops it, and there's no addition to the score. Not such a good crowd in today. No surprise there. It was a lovely day yesterday, and this is one of those grounds that just lends itself to cricket on a sunny day, doesn't it? Alsop in bowls, and Libby pushes back to the bowler, no run. It's just one of those grounds, you probably, I suppose if you're here all the time, Adrian, you don't feel it, but for someone like me who, you spend most of your time on grounds that are inland, you do go to the seaside, and there is just something about the light and the feel, and you walk up from the coast road, and it's just got that seaside feel, and yesterday just seemed perfect, didn't it, with the weather so good. As Alsop again bowls, Libby thickish inside edge to this one, just goes out on the leg side, and he picks up a single and goes to 59, 145 without loss.
It's not meant to be a mutual loving, Frank, but I have to say, I love coming to New Road. I think it's just the cathedral, the River Severn. I love wandering up into the town. It's just one of those fixtures you look forward to. You can stay in the heart of the town, walk to the cricket ground. And yes, sometimes you take things for granted, don't you?
Yeah, you can, and I think what we're both saying really is its contrast is what makes it so interesting and so enjoyable, isn't it? But it's different from Old Trafford, Edgbaston, Trent Bridge, etc. The big grounds, which are great when they're full, I always think, but not so great when they're half empty. Whereas your rural grounds are slightly different. Here's Alsop again bowling, not Alsop, I beg your pardon, Haynes bowling round the wicket now to the left-handed Pollock, who pushes that out on the offside, and there's no run.
Do you know what I like about New Road as well, where the press box is? I know it's fairly old, but as you wander in the morning, you've got the scorers there. You come in, there's the lads sitting in the press box, everyone has a natter, morning, and, and the players are warming up in front of you. I love it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Haynes again bowls, Pollock forward, gets an inside edge himself this time, and it runs out square on the leg side, and he gets a single, keeps the strike. He's now on 76, and Worcestershire 146 without loss. All this, remember, I'm sure most people already know, in response to Sussex's 220 all out yesterday after they won the toss and chose to bat.
We haven't got our usual correspondent who can wave at us with the commentary going out around the ground. I know it's going out on the stream, and I'm assuming it's going out around the ground. I'm not sure how many folk are listening with the headphones in today, but I'm sure we would have heard if it wasn't. So fingers crossed. Good morning to you if you're listening around the ground. It's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on in not great light. The floodlights are on, but full credit to the umpires here who are keeping the players out there at the moment. 146 without loss, as Frank says. In comes Crocombe running in down the hill, bowls, and Pollock drives inside edge onto pad. The ball dribbles out onto the offside, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. It seems if it's pretty much decided now, Frank, that the structure of the game is going to be the same next season, or the way the season's going to be set up. And so it very much looks as if Sussex and Worcestershire, unless Worcestershire win these 3 games convincingly and other things go their way, we will be playing next season. As in comes Crocombe and bowls. Pollock lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. You spoke to Joe Leach last night. What did he have to say, Frank?
Well, quite a few things, really. We talked about this game and about the pitch, and he said that they were all surprised by how much it did in the first hour, not in the air, but off the pitch. They didn't expect that. Worcestershire would have battered if they won the toss. So they really didn't expect to get as much assistance as they did.
Crocombe bowls, Pollock solidly forward, placed to mid-off, no run.
He talked about his 400th wicket. He said it was a milestone that he was aware of, not having really bothered that much about those sort of things for a lot of his career, but he really was, pleased to have managed to get that yesterday. So good for him there. And we had a little chat about his domestic situation, about the fact that he might not have played in this game because his wife is very close to due date.
Crocombe in bowls. Pollock covers up. Good delivery by Crocombe. Headed to the offside, no run.
But he didn't travel down on the coach with the lads. He's brought his car, he's parked it, and it's facing north and ready to go. That's how he expressed it. So it was a tremendous achievement. 400 first-class wickets for Joe, and good to chat to him about it. We also had a chat. I was saying to Ariana earlier, we also had a chat about Ed Pollock.
Into Pollock, and Pollock flicks this one on the leg side. They've taken one, that's all it'll be. Who's that fielding out there? Jack Carson comes trotting in from deep mid-wicket to field. The ball goes over the head of Ollie Carter behind the stumps. One more to Pollock, he goes to 77.
And I said to Joe, who's this batsman that looks like Ed Pollock but isn't quite playing like Ed Pollock? And he said it was great to see, and he said, we bowled him in the nets, and we're all aware that he's got the technique to play this kind of innings, so it's good to see him doing it. So good chat, good insights.
Crocombe in and bowls, and a short delivery that Jake Levy just rocks back and helps the ball down to a fine where it's fielded by James Coles. Gets in the throw, another over slips by, just a couple of runs off that over, so tidy stuff from Henry Crocombe. But Sussex really need wickets here. 140, struggled seeing the scoreboard yesterday. 140, 148, Frank? Just the way the angle is here. 148 without loss. Pollock on 77, Libby on 60.
Good stuff from these two.
I'm looking at Joe Leach here. So he's 31. It'll be 32 at the end of October. Has he only ever played for Worcestershire?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Born in Stafford.
Libby turning this one from Haynes away on the leg side, no run. Came through Worcestershire have a sort of satellite academy really based in Shropshire, and Joe went to school at Shrewsbury School, where he came under the influence of Paul Pridgeon, who was teaching there and is now the sort of chair of Worcestershire Cricket Steering Group. And comes Haynes again and bowls, and Libby turns this on the onside again, and there's no run. And Ed Barnard also came from Shrewsbury, and there have been a steady stream of cricketers come through from Shropshire. Dylan Pennington's another one, and Joe Leach trod that path really. Joined Worcestershire mainly as a batter who bowled a bit really in those days, but as I said yesterday, his game slightly changed. It's Haynes coming in again to bowl to Libby, and he pushes back up the pitch. I'll tell you who was in that sort of same kind of group of players that came from Shrewsbury and got involved in the academy at Worcestershire was Joe Hart, the goalkeeper, who was a very, very good left-arm seamer. But I can't think why he chose football, not cricket, really, when I consider it. Is Haynes again in bowls, and Libby gets runs here. That's the Libby characteristic back foot punch square of the wicket on the offside. He won't get 4, but he will get 3
Well run.
There's good running, good bit of fielding too out there by a combined effort. But
Crocombe and Coles.
Is it Crocombe and Coles?
Yeah.
Crocombe sliding, flicking it back. Coles completes the job. 150 up for Worcestershire. Libby goes to 63. 151 without loss. But Joe Hart, very, very good, promising cricketer. I think before his football career really took off. Round the wicket, Haynes bowls to Pollock, who's forward, just drops that down on the offside, and there's no run. 151 without loss then. Worcestershire, these two came together at the very start of the innings, and 87 without loss overnight. Off 30 overs, and they've wasted no time this morning in extending that. Pollock lets this one go outside the off stump. It's taken by Ollie Carter, and that's the end of another over. So Worcestershire going along nicely. Just give you the bowling figures for Sussex. Fahim Ashraf, fairly expensive, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 50. Finn Hudson Prentice, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 24. Brad Curry, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 31. Henry Crocombe, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20. Jack Carson, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. And Haynes now, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And it's going to be Crocombe to continue from the Cromwell Road end, and Adrian Harms to pick up the commentary, and I'm going to have to shoot off, and it'll be Ariana Dowse back in.
Just reading that Lancashire have been deducted 6 points for disciplinary matters in the county championship. I don't think that's going to affect life too much at the top of the table. Lancashire are in no danger of relegation either. But clearly the ECB showing their teeth in terms of Lancashire and disciplinary matters occurring earlier on this season. In comes Henry Crocombe running him down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Jake Libby, who just tucks inside the line and steers the ball through square leg. Picks up a single fielded by Finn Hudson Prentice. Deep square leg. There is one more to the total. Libby goes to 64. Worcestershire to 152 without loss. Ariana is back with us. Crocombe wheels around, just the one slip and a gully in place. As Crocombe in bowls and Pollock stoutly forward, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. Batting looks quite comfortable, Ariana, despite there being, pretty poor light and floodlights on. These two are going serenely on their way.
Well, yes, they got off to a flyer this morning, adding 50 plus runs, I think, in 8 overs, I think.
Yes, it was.
Ed Pollock there was just scoring very, very freely.
Crocombe in bowls. That's wide, and Pollock hammers that one away. He's only going to get a single. It was perhaps a little fortunate to get away with that, Henry Crocombe. It was a wide, swinging half volley. But with 2 men back on the offside, there is some added protection there. One more, though, to Pollock. He goes to 78, 155 without loss.
Yes, in that morning spell before the break, I think Ed Pollock scored 37 runs off just 25 deliveries. So,
Great stat.
Yeah, he really went for it. But unfortunately, there was balls to do that with.
Crocombe in bowls. Short, pulled away by Libby, and that's going to run down towards fine leg, followed by James Coles, who comes running in his sun hat, which is not really needed today. Well, actually, not needed at all. Maybe apart to keep the rain off.
Keep the hair dry a little bit as well.
Yeah, total goes to 154. He's only 18, James Coles, and he seems to get taller every time I see him. The first time I saw him play was a couple of years ago at the Oval, when he became the second youngest player to ever represent Sussex. Crocombe bowls, Pollock, lovely shot, beautifully played down the ground. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit towards the far end of the ground, but he gives that up, and that was a beautiful shot by Pollock. And he gets a good round of applause from the Worcestershire players sitting on the balcony over in the far left-hand corner of the ground. Beautifully played, drilled the ball away through mid-off. He goes to 82. Shot of the day for me, 158 without loss.
Beautiful shot, yeah, that's just a sign of a class batsman, just a straight, well-timed drive past the bowler.
What will be your favourite shot, Ariana?
Drive through the covers is a classic for me, I'd have to say.
Okay. No, that's always a good one. As in comes Crocombe bowls, short, and Pollock just ducks underneath it to carry through to Ollie Carter, who took the ball above his head. It is the end of the over, and Worcestershire going along very nicely. 158 without loss, Pollock 82, Libby is on 65, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms and Ariana Dowse. Just very quickly looking at the scores in the other games. In Division 2, Leicestershire 141 for 8 at Grace Road against Durham. Middlesex 184 for 4 at Lords against Glamorgan, where it is raining. So off the field there. In the First Division, Northants out for 339 against Surrey. Warwickshire 18 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 219. A good chance one of those two will be in the Second Division next season. And Essex 53 for 3 against Yorkshire.
As Tom Haynes in and bowls to Libby, who just punches that off her back foot into the covers for no run. One thing I've noticed this morning is Ollie Carter have to do a lot of work when he's getting the balls in from the fielders.
Yeah, so quite poor. Would you say it's poor throws?
I would say it was poor throws, yeah. But it was all slipping around out there. As Haynes is in and it's defended nicely there by Libby for no run.
You're right. I mean, a lot of balls have gone over his head, or he's had to take the balls quite high.
Yes. I think it must be difficult and tricky conditions out there for the fielding side. Obviously, wet conditions, slippy ball, and there doesn't seem to be that energy that Sussex usually have around the field today.
I would agree.
So
I would agree.
That might be contributing a bit. As Haynes runs into bowl, and it's defended again nicely there by Libby. A little bit stronger, a little bit harder that time. Same outcome, no run.
When you're playing, if you sort of do get a lack of energy in the field, do you, I mean, quite often the wicketkeeper is the central person in the team, you know, clapping your hands, that sort of thing you do. Come on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Just the other day I got a comment from a spectator watching our last match at club, and he was there like, you're very, as a keeper, you're very orchestrative. You seem to just control the field and bring up the energy. As Haynes bowls and it's defended again nicely by Libby to the cover fielder for no run. And I think that is a key role for a keeper, just keep the energy up.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. I think if you've got a wicket-keeper who's constantly saying, come on lads, and or ladies, whatever you say, come on girls, you know, I think it really helps. It lifts the side.
It's Haynes into ball. Let's hit him on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, not given by the umpire. As Libby strolls to square leg and hands on hips there for Tom Haynes, who was quite sure, I think, there about that shout.
Yeah, right, he's got his hands. Just needs to be a little careful here, Tom, because it's a fine line, isn't it, between he just stood for a minute and reflected, he perhaps biting his lip or counting to 3 or something. Good shout. I just wonder if it pitched outside the line of the stump. We'll just have to wait and see.
As Haynes is in, bowls again. That time defended nicely by Libby. Just a minute on for no run. That's the end of a very good over there, maiden over there for Haynes. The score is still for Worcestershire 158 from none.
Quite interesting there with Tom Haynes. It was a couple of seasons ago, and I think the game was here, and Tom Haynes did exactly that. And he wheeled away, running backwards, looking at the umpire, and then he fell over. He fell over backwards. It was a hilarious moment. There's probably some footage of it somewhere. Tom fell flat on his back, and the umpire didn't give it. It was really very funny. Anyway, Henry Crocombe is going to come in from the Cromwell Road into the ground. Frank will be back with us in a few moments' time as he's racing in down the hill. Bowls to Pollock. Pollock forward, plays back to Crocombe, and there is no run. Worcestershire 158 without loss, so the deficit between the two sides is now just 62. Worcestershire batting themselves into a very strong position. Floodlight's still on. The light is no worse and no better than it's been pretty much most of the day.
But no umbrellas, which is a good sign.
It is a good sign. That's a good point. Crocombe in bowls. Pollock drives without timing down the ground, and Haynes is smartly across the mid off the field, and there is no run. John Malone's been in touch. I'm sorry, I'm just picking up a few emails from earlier on. Coming through on the stream loud and clear. Cloudy in Bexhill, but warm enough. He says, I wonder, would the teams prepare in advance for a 10:30 start, as obviously yesterday's start looked to have bamboozled the Sussex lads in the first hour. Keep up the good work, regards to John. Crocombe in bowls, short, and Pollock ducks underneath that delivery through to Carter. There is no run. Yeah, interesting point that actually, John, because Frank was saying, having spoken to the Worcester lads last night, that had Worcester won the toss, they would have batted, and they were very surprised the amount of movement there was, particularly off the pitch, not so much through the air yesterday morning. And Les is in sunny, warm North Yorkshire. Don't rub it in, Les. In comes Crocombe and bowls. Wide of the off stump. That's a good stop by Carter, actually. The ball squirted towards Carter, who got a left glove to it, because the third man is relatively wide, and that would have run away for 4 runs. A combination of Carter and Alsop preventing that going for 4 runs. But thank you, Les, for getting in touch. In sunny North Yorkshire. Sussex heading in that direction next week. A trip to Durham for Sussex starting on Tuesday. Penultimate county championship match of the season as Crocombe is in and bowls and Pollock forward. Again, good over this by Henry Crocombe. He's pitching the ball up. He's making Pollock play. And he's not giving you anything short, but he can pull onto that leg side. There is a fine leg. There is a deep square leg as well.
Yeah, I believe Sussex have just come out after that range lay a bit more positive.
Yes.
Last over was also made and just right on the money, Tom Haynes. And now Henry Crocombe continuing the pressure and putting all these dot balls and maidens by bowling in good areas.
Crocombe in bowls, Pollock is forward, and it's another maiden over from Henry Crocombe. That's a good spell of bowling. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27. Worcestershire are 158 without loss. Pollock on 82. Libby is on 65. It's going to be the skipper who's going to carry on, having had that LBW. Now, what will he say to umpire as he walks towards umpire Mohammed's side here? He just gives him his cap. He didn't look as if he inquired, Tom Haynes, as to why that wasn't given out, was it? I mean, I think you're quite within your rights to say what was wrong with that, or in a polite way. I think umpires will sometimes say, well, it was missing leg or it pitched outside.
As Haynes is in, bowls, and it's defended there by Libby, just to the offside fielder and covers for no run.
If you'd like to join our conversation, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at Frank Watson58, at Ariana Dowse, or at BBC Sussex Sport. Tom Haynes looks in our direction as he's looking for some inspiration.
So he turns around and races away from us to bowl to Libby, who drives that 2 mid off on for no run. Yeah, I must say, as a keeper, I can't question it, unfortunately. Why is it not out? I asked the bowler at the end what did the umpire say, but I'm just standing there appealing.
Yeah, but you know, if we had reviews in county cricket, or break off for a minute.
Haynes is in. It's almost pushed into the offside, but fielded by backward point there.
You would become very, well, not that you are important in the side anyway, Ariana, but even more important because the skipper might come up to you and say, okay, Ariana, what do you reckon? You know, you've got 3 reviews, what do you think? And you've probably got the best view in the house to a certain extent.
Definitely, I'd agree with that. I think it'd be quite fun to try and use reviews.
Yeah, it would.
It'd be another level. As Hayne runs away from us here into bowling, and it's defended nicely straight back past the bowler, but fielded by mid on.
The only issue around that might be if you get it wrong on a couple of occasions, then you might think, well, come on, Ariana.
That was also the bowler. It's not. It won't all be on the keeper there. I'll tell you that, Adrian. It'll be a team effort.
Right. Okay, that's fair enough.
As Haynes running into bowl, and it's left alone straight into the gloves of Ollie Carter. He's done well standing up so far.
He has. What have we had? 17 balls without a run.
It's been quite the string of no dot balls, hasn't it?
Yeah, I just fear it's getting a little darker and gloomier. Lunch is due at 20 to 1, so we don't mind if you have a shower during lunch.
As Haynes is in from the sea end, and it's pushed off the back foot, but Libby takes one hand off the bat after playing that shot there.
Another maiden over.
Yes, that's another maiden. The score still remains at 158 for none.
Tom Haynes, 6 overs, 3 maidens and no wicket for 6. Frank was making the point about how tightly, or when we were on commentary yesterday, how tightly he bowled down at New Road at Worcester earlier on this season. And he's certainly doing the same here today. We'll get Frank in at about 1:15, so Frank will do a quarter of an hour stint, and then we'll get us up to about 12:30 when there are more updates to do as we just rotate things around here. As in comes Henry Crocombe from the Cromwell Road, and he's running down the hill. Bowls. Oh, that was a good delivery, and that just picks up the point. There is a bit in this pitch. There's a bit of extra lift, and Pollock was surprised by that and taken by Ollie Carter, sort of shoulder high almost.
Yeah, that was just the extra bounce that we saw yesterday on this end from the fast bowlers of Worcestershire there.
I think if you just put the ball in the right pace on the right place, there is a bit of help for the quick bowlers. Just haven't done it enough. Crocombe in and bowls, that's short, and Pollock ducks underneath it. The ball goes through to Carter, and there is no run. Pollock on 82, began the day on 36. As Ariana was saying, he scored 37 off 25 balls in the session of play we had before a brief rain delay. Crocombe again. On his way down the hill, bowls to Pollock, and Pollock drills the ball straight down the ground. I'm not sure if that's going to go for four. Haynes is in hot pursuit, and in fact it runs away from Tom Haynes. Difficult to tell from our position as to how that ball is slowing up, but driven straight back past the bowler by Ed Pollock. Lovely shot. He goes to 86, and Worcestershire to 162. Is that? Yes, 162.
It's the third time he's driven that very, very nicely.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Up the hill as well. Crocombe. In again, bowls, and Pollock with a play and a miss, and that was a loose shot outside of the off stump. You could just tell he's itching to get after the bowling here, and that was slightly wide. It was a good delivery by Henry Crocombe, just swinging across the left-hander, well pitched up, and Pollock just fancied smashing that one away through extra cover, but he didn't get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and the ball rattled past the outside edge.
Libby coming down the track and just talking, I'm sure, just saying calm down there.
I'm sure. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Pollock to a ball just short of a length. Eases that one down to third man where James Coles throws. Not the best throw again, and Ollie Carter has to run from behind the stumps to field the ball.
Keeping on his toes today.
Sorry?
Keeping on his toes today.
He is, very much so.
All these throws from the fielders.
163 without loss, Pollock to 87. Crocombe, final ball of his 8th over, runs in towards us. Bowls to Jake Libby, and Libby just short delivery, watches it sail by outside of the off stump. It is the end of the over. Worcestershire 163 without loss. Pollock on 87. Libby is on 65. I'm going to wave to Frank so he can do get Frank on for 15 minutes before he has to do his update at 12:30.
But just in that over, we just saw concentration almost just lapsing as there was a wayward shot there from Ed Pollock. But as we said, the two batters met in the middle after doing a little bit of gardening. I'm sure words were exchanged and calm down, focus here, get the concentration back. And Pollock is on strike now as Tom Haynes just rubbing the ball on his shirt before turning on his start of run up as he bowls. It's punched into the offside, straight to Ali Orr, who throws it slightly at Ollie Carter's feet, but it's no run.
Yes, Sussex might be getting some fielding practice. So the throwing hasn't been the best, but what they really need is wickets here, Ariana, because this game, Worcestershire, we had half an eye on the weather all day, but in terms of the match, Worcestershire are in a commanding position.
As Haynes bowls, and it's driven nicely to the fielder out on the cover boundary for one run.
And it kind of almost feels like damage limitation at the moment for Sussex.
Yes, they've got a few fielders on the boundary for the in-batter. Well, the in-batters, because they're both got their 50s this morning and moving on. With Libby now on strike, who's on 65. As Tom Haynes runs away from us from the sea end into bowl. And it's cut to point for no run. but just looking very positive, the batsmen, not looking threatened at all here, I'd say.
No, I think they have been very positive. I mean, when the good ball has been bowled, they've been very respectful, but anything that could be put away, they've made sure they've cashed in.
Libby taps his bat and Haynes is running in. It's driven but fielded by slightly straight square leg there on the leg side for no run again. Just shining that ball, trying to dry it off. I'm sure there's still some moisture along the ground here at Hove. Even the grounds would do a great job here.
No, they do.
Haynes is in, bowls, and it's defended nicely. Good length and good line there from Captain Haynes. Again, mid on doing the work, shining and drying off that ball, I'm sure.
Yeah, we haven't seen any spin so far this morning, have we? Tom Haynes has been looking for control. He's got the control with himself bowling from this sea end. I mean, he's at the end of one more ball to go in this is 7th over. He's only conceded 7 runs.
As he's in, it's left alone outside off stump. Swung away slightly, I'd say. A bit of movement there for him. As that's the end of the over. Worcestershire now 164 for none.
Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Live via the Sussex live stream as well. I think a few people have today decided to maybe stay at home and watch the live stream because the weather forecast is indifferent here on the south coast. We've had one delay. We didn't start until 20 to 11, so we lost 10 minutes at the start of play. So you probably heard the announcement there. Fahim Ashraf back into the attack for Sussex, replacing Henry Crocombe. Bowled far too short this morning, Ashraf. He went for 18 in one over. Ed Pollock helping himself to a 6 over square leg. One over went for 19. So he will want to make amends, will the debutant for Sussex. Pakistan test player running in down the hill towards us. He's in and bowls to Ed Pollock, who's up on his toes and plays that firmly to mid-on, fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. We then had 8 overs play, in which time Worcestershire scored 53 runs. That delay lasted about 20 minutes, so we have lost some time. The feeling is we might lose more time as the day goes on. Floodlights are on, grey clouds overhead. Ashraf is in, bowls to Pollock again on the leg stump, and he just steers that onto the leg side, picks up a single fielded by Jack Carson, who trots in from in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Pollock goes to 89, and Worcestershire to 165 without loss. I just wonder whether a couple of overs of spin might be worthwhile here for Sussex, just change things up, because these two have looked in very little trouble really this morning. The two spinning options would be Jack Carson, the off spinner, or James Coles with his left arm spin. Just something to give the batsman something else to think about as Ashraf runs towards us. And bowls, and that's short, and the ball balloons over the head of Jake Libby, who has absolutely nothing to do with it, thrown into the gloves of Ollie Carter.
Didn't even need to duck there.
No, he didn't. And that rather ballooned like a tennis ball. Ashraf on the back of his shirt has got 2 zeros, so he's the man with, well, you can't say he's got no number because he has got a number on the back of his shirt, but I don't know why he's elected to have that particular number. I don't know whether that's a number that he normally wears or if there's some significance around it. Ashraf in again down the slope, bowls, and Libby punches that to mid-off. All he can do is find Ollie Carter, who fields, not Ollie Carter, I'm sorry, Henry Crocombe, who fields, and there is no run.
Another thing is that Sussex have in their top 4 left-handers, whereas this opening partnership is a left-hander, right-hander.
Yeah.
How would that affect how the bowlers?
Well, I think it's a good point. I quite like a left-hander, right-hander opening partnership, I have to say. I think it means the bowler's got to bowl a different line. Ashraf is in and bowls. Short, pulled away by Libby, down towards fine leg. That could race away for 4 runs. Good effort by James Coles to stop it, who slips actually as he tried to field the ball. The output is obviously a little greasy. too short from Ashraf, and Jake Libby just pulled that nice and fine down to fine leg. James Coles was relatively wide, and it's another boundary. Libby goes to 69, and Worcestershire to 169 without loss. Yeah, I mean, Sussex, as you say, have got those 4 left-handers. When Bajara has been playing, he's been batting at 4, but I do like a left-hander, right-hander. I just think it makes the bowler think a little bit more. But Sussex, for my money, haven't got their lines and lengths right here this morning. Ashraf in and bowls, and Libby up on his toes, plays those 4 more. Too short by Fahim Ashraf, and he's just punched away by Jake Libby through point for 4 more. He goes to 73, and Worcestershire to 173 without loss at the end of the over. And so far, it's been a difficult debut for Fahim Ashraf. It's not easy playing in conditions where you're bowling for the first time here at Hove, particularly down the hill, and maybe with a slightly damp ball. I mean, I don't mean to make excuses. I'm sure he's doing his best, but I think he'll be disappointed with the way that he's bowled. Figures of 11 overs, 0 for 59.
Yeah, I'd say it's tricky as well coming across to England conditions. I'm sure where he would have been, there would have been a bit more bounce, a bit more purchase from the pitches, whereas here in England it's a bit slower, a bit more swing and availability like that on offer with the ball. But it's just adjusting, and especially here at Hove, as you said, with the slope and all the other extra factors, as Tom Haynes will continue from the seat end as he runs into bowl, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Ed Pollock. Not cleanly taken there by Ollie Carter, but nevertheless it's still a dot ball. The first wicket of the day.
Yeah.
Tom Haynes runs away from us here. It's defended very solidly there by Ed Pollock. Just tying up the end here, Tom Haynes. I feel like the batters might be thinking, well, if he's bowling consistently like this, maybe just see him off and capitalise on that free ball from the other end when the bowler's bowling a few short each shoulders. Haynes is in, it's defended again nicely by Ed Pollock.
Well, he'll have his eyes on 100 here, Ed Pollock, no question. Well, so will Jake Libby as well. I just wonder whether he'll look to play those adventurous shots. But he's, when the ball's been there to hit and the fielder hasn't been in his favourite position, as Frank's identified, he's gone after the bowling and to good effect.
Runs into bowl, and it's off the pad, and it will just be worked for 1. A slip goes to field that. Leg bye signal from the umpire. Now Libby is on strike on 73, so as you say, yes, both opening batters here for Worcestershire are looking at possibly getting their hundreds today at Sussex.
Well, they'll be hoping the weather stays long enough, and at the minute it seems to be keeping dry. That's the good news.
As Tom Haynes runs into bowl, and it's defended nicely. Just on a line, nice and straight here by Tom Haynes. Really good bowling. Just what Sussex needs, just a few more dot balls and a bit more pressure built from both ends, but unfortunately it's only from the one end that the dot balls are coming. Fielding side rather quiet this morning now, as Tom Haynes runs away from us from the seat end to Libby, who smacks that through the offside, and that races away for 4 more runs.
And the too many loose deliveries, had he's Tom Haynes. Has been punished. He's done a good job with the skipper. 8 overs, no wicket for 11. But Sussex in desperate need of a wicket here. 178 without loss. Worcestershire, Pollock on 89, Libby on 77. I think the light is probably better now, Aaron. It's been for much of the day, to be honest.
I wonder if the lights will stay on the whole day.
Yeah, I think they will. It just seems to be a little more naturally, like at least looking away to our left-hand side, it looks a little brighter. But certainly the ground staff again are not sort of making any real moves towards the covers. So let's hope we've got a little lull in proceedings. There's not much wind around Hove today. I'm looking, the flags are absolutely limp on the clock tower scoreboard. But it's going to be Fahim Ashraf coming into bowl from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Pollock. He's up on his toes, and he's going to go away for 4 more. Just helped it's on his way. There's a slip and a gully in place. Pollock just eased the ball away and picks up another boundary. He goes to 93, and Worcestershire to 182 without loss.
I think the slips or the gully could have done about that one.
No.
It flew over their heads.
Premeditated shot.
But again, another short ball that he could quite easily do that.
Yeah. Well, it's been a terrific innings this by Ed Pollock. He was very circumspect yesterday, and he's now forced Mohamed Ashraf to come around the wicket. Fahim Ashraf to come around the wicket. Still the slip and a gully in place. He's in and bowls and driven down the ground, and that could well be 4 more runs. Over pitch, and he just clubbed it down the ground, and that's a terrific shot.
Beautiful straight drive again there by Ed Pollock. That brings the score up to 97.
Well, it's been a terrific knot, no question at all about that. And Ed Pollock on the verge of a century. 97 with 2 boundaries, and Tom Haynes is having a natter away there too. Fahim Ashraf, I have to say, right, well, what are we going to do about this field?
I'd like to see a bit more pressure as he gets close to his 100. He can think a little bit more about how he's going to score this.
Well, he comes down the wicket. There's a change in the field. The gully's come out and has gone to mid-wicket. 186 without loss as in comes Ashraf down the hill to bowl to Pollock, who's fought a ball of good length and he defends down the ground, and there is no run. You get a sense of how gloomy it is. If you look up on the players' balcony, Ariana, you can see there are 2 lights there that are shining fairly brightly, and indeed on the groundsman's shed at the far end of the ground behind that white van. And you can also see the floodlights sort of reflecting in the windows around the ground. Ashraf turns, runs in towards us. He bowls, and Pollock plays this firmly through cover point. He picks up a single, takes his score to 98, and Worcestershire to 187 without loss. This would be the 3rd first-class 100 of Ed Pollock's career. If he goes through to a century, and it's been a really fine knock, not least because he was so circumspect yesterday with the way that he played. And we've got a delay in play because Tom Haynes is suggesting some field changes to Fahim Ashraf. He's bringing a slip, I think, or is he bringing a gully? Ali Orr trotting from mid-wicket. In fact, he's going to backward points as a 3rd man. Backward point cover mid-off on the offside. The slip's still in place. Deep cover point as well as Ashraf runs in towards us, bowls, and Libby just lets that one pass by outside the off stump. And there is no run. 87 without loss, so the arrears now are just 33 as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Beginning the day on 87 without loss. They've added exactly 100 runs this morning, Ariana, in 21 overs. So they're rattling along here, Worcestershire, at a rate of 5 and over. Ashraf down the hill, in and bowls to Libby, who just plays back down the track, fielded by Ashraf over his own bowling. It is the end of the over. And Worcestershire 187 without... Now, the players are leaving the field, are they? Whatever looked as if they were... I thought lunch wasn't until 20 to 2, 20 to 1 today. Or is it raining?
I believe there was a change in when... Oh, no, he's calling out the covers. Maybe there is some rain.
Well, I'm surprised by that, because I thought lunch was being taken later today. But maybe that changed with the interruption for the rain days. This caught me slightly on the hop, I have to say. So, 100 runs scored in the session. Worcestershire 187 without loss. Pollock on 98, Libby on 77. Without question, Worcestershire's morning. I'm not entirely sure Sussex held their own cause, though, Ariana.
No, definitely not. The first few overs they went out there, they just didn't quite bowl their areas. A lot of freebies there, and the batters that were in yesterday capitalised on them and just scored quite freely this morning to both get their 50s. It's just Sussex not quite ready for it, I feel, today, with the slight rain delay and slight rain around us. You can hear the covers being rolled down, and a round of applause as the fielders leave the pitch.
Yes, we don't mind if there's a bit of a shower now, because at the minute the rain is holding off. We're going off for lunch with Worcestershire in a terrific position. So, Ariana, thank you very much. We will reduce A little wander out at lunchtime, and there's a bit of drizzle in the air, and I think we need to give a bit of credit to the umpires, Nigel Long and Mohamed Said, who have kept the players out there throughout the morning when it would be quite easy to have come off. So back out in the middle, and a change of bowling, and something I thought might have happened before lunch is that Sussex have turned to a bit of off-spin. It's going to be Jack Carson who's going to come into the attack. Frank is with me, very much Worcestershire's morning. Frank, and Ed Pollock, you need to do the honours here because he's just 2 runs short of what would be his 3rd first-class 100.
Yep, he is, and he's on strike against the off-spin of Carson. Round the wicket he comes, and Pollock pushes that back up the pitch. He'll have had a nervous lunch, I think, Ed
Yeah, I'm
Pollock.
sure he would. Yeah.
Just hoping he might have got one more loose one just before the interval to get to 3 figures, but there he is, 187 without loss. He's on 98. And Carson round the wicket bowls to him, and he pushes back at the pitch. I bumped into Gareth Roderick during the lunch interval, and I said the new Ed Pollock is a revelation, and he said, yeah. He said we call him the grinder now. He said that. That's the extent to which the change in his approach has been recognised by his teammates. He pushes this one out on the offside, but it has been a really good innings from Ed Pollock. He's faced 157 balls so far. He's 98 not out, and just 2 runs away from a big milestone. It would be his 3rd 100 of the season. Here comes Carson again, and he's watchfully forward, the left-hander playing the ball back up the pitch. I've solved the umpire conundrum as well.
Thank you. So is it not Mohamed Said?
It's both. They're both right. So there you go.
Good, that's good news.
It's one man. He is referred to by 2 different names. Carson again round the wicket bowls. Pollock drives out on the offside. There's no run. Hassan Adnan is the name that he played under, and is the name by which he's known. But if you look closely, it's HMS Adnan, and I think the Mohamed Said bit is the M and the S in the middle.
Ah, interesting.
So there we go. It's one man all along. Carson round the wicket again bowls to Pollock. He's forward, pushes out on the offside. They think about a single but decide against it as Ashraf comes in to do the fielding. So that's the end of a tidy maiden over.
Yeah.
And Pollock still has to wait to see if he can reach his 3rd 100 of the season. 187 without loss.
Actually, I don't know if this is good news or not, but for the first time today, we've got a bit of breeze. I just picked it up in RFX microphone that made me look towards the clock tower scoreboard where the Union Jack is fluttering away on the flagpole. It's been absolutely limp to the pole the whole morning. So possibly if we're going to get a bit of breeze, maybe it might blow some of this dankness. And actually, if you look to the west, it's actually brighter out there than it has been all day.
Yep.
So I just wonder whether we're going to get lucky. I mean, famous last
Nice to have optimism, Adrian.
Yeah, why not?
But because when I went in the press box at lunchtime, one of the locals was saying, it's going to rain all day tomorrow. So I thought, let's have a bit of optimism. And you've just provided it. Because we don't know, do we?
Well, it's strange down here on the coast. We have days here when it hoses down all day, and people will say, well, the sun's out in Horsham, which is 20 miles away, and then vice versa, we have a day's cricket. Well, how have you played? It's been raining all day here.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I believe all this microclimate in certain places, but I think sometimes on the coast it can be slightly unusual.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you should know.
Anyway, it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to come into bowl. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 31. He's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road in. There's some sort of emergency vehicle in the background. And you can hear the noise of. As in comes Curry. He bowls delivery down the leg side. Good take by Carter. And Curry starts off with a no ball and not a very good delivery either. It was way down the leg side, swinging away and taken by Ollie Carter, who then feels the small of his back, and probably having been having his lunch, his first thing he has to do is dive around. And Ariana was sympathising with Ollie Carter this morning because some of the throws that were coming in were over his head, down by his boots. Not too much was over the top of the stumps, over the top of the bails. And that first delivery has to dive away to prevent any runs. In comes Curry again. Around the wicket bowls, and that's going to be 4 runs. And I'm afraid Sussex are continuing here rather after lunch as they did before. It's a loose delivery. It's down the leg side, and Jake Libby is just it's always easy from up here. I've probably said that a bit too much today, but it's just a simple clip away down to fine leg being fairly wide, and 4 very comfortable runs. So 6 runs coming off the first 2 balls of the over. and only one of those being a legitimate delivery. So Sussex need to tighten up their lines here. Total up to 193, is that? Yeah, 193 without loss. So just 27 in arrears are the visitors. In comes Curry, bowls, and again that's down the leg side, clipped away. Could be a couple of runs here, easy couple of runs, as James Goals has to run in the other direction this time, a slightly squarer to field the ball, and Libby goes to 83, the total to 195 without loss. We've spoken a bit about wicket keepers during the game, not least because that's what Ariana does, and I know you kept wicket as well, Frank, so I just wonder, in all your years watching cricket, who would be sort of, let's go for your top 3 wicket keepers. And we don't need to do it immediately, but maybe we can put that out to our listeners as well. Your top 3
wicket, one, isn't it?
Your top 3 wicket keepers.
It's a good one. Well, my judgment would be coloured, I suppose, by childhood memories and so on. But certainly, Alan Knott would be my all-time favourite, and Bob Taylor very, very close behind. I think Taylor maybe a slightly better technician.
Comes Curry and bowls, and Libby is forward and punches that to mid-on. He was looking for a single then, and he came trotting right into his crease, and there is no run. And I guess it's interesting when you talk about wicket-keepers, the best wicket-keeper of all time, because you're talking about the best wicket-keeper, not the best wicket-keper batsman, but the best gloveman.
Yeah. Well, I think, a lot of people would argue Bob Taylor in that respect, but my history of cricket, my knowledge of the history of cricket, throws up one other name in that area.
In comes Curry and bowls, and Libby's forward places firmly to wicket. There is no run.
And it's a man that I met who when he was in a sort of coaching capacity late in life, but Keith Andrew, who kept wicket for Northants, I think mainly, didn't play. I mean, he might have played a bit of international cricket, but not very much. More in the sort of 50s and early 60s. Generally, I think, at the time, considered to be the absolute diamond in terms of technique.
Comes Curry bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery. That's the good delivery. That's the sort of delivery that Worcestershire were bowling yesterday. Just a little short of a length, bit of extra bounce, and Jake Libby beaten outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run.
Keith Andrew, rather in the way that I think we all thought, even when Alan Knott was playing for England, that Bob Taylor might just have been a slightly better technician, but nowhere near as good a batsman, was he? So
no, didn't play
as much, but great keeper, no question about it. They both were just brilliant.
Curry back to his mark. In and bowls, and Libby forward to ball. Good length, placed a bit on. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Libby 83, Pollock 98, Worcestershire 195 without loss. Interestingly, earlier on this season, we had Ricky Clark was here, the former Surrey, Derbyshire and Warwickshire all-rounder. And we were having a conversation about wicket keepers, and I asked Ricky a similar question, and without hesitation, he said the best he ever saw during his career was James Foster at Essex.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He said he thought he was just a brilliant wicketkeeper.
Well, Keith Andrew, Northants 52 to 66, 2 Test matches, 390 first-class games. Out and out wicketkeeper, really, not a batsman. 723 catches and 181 stumpings. It's hard to imagine these days. Carson bowls to Pollock and he's out. Hasn't got the 100. Caught behind. Went back, just pushed at that outside the off stump and got a little touch, and the ball popped up in the air off Carter's gloves, and then he completed the catch at the second attempt. So Pollock hangs his head in disbelief. Carson's got the wicket, and Pollock has gone for a brilliant 98.
Yeah.
Desperately upset not to have brought up his 100, but Worcestershire have lost their first wicket with the score on 195, and Pollock is the man out, caught by Carter off Carson. For 98, he faced 161 balls. He hit 16 fours and 1 6, and leaves the field to warm applause.
Yeah, a really sympathetic round of applause. Good to see the Worcester boys on the balcony applauding. I mean, he'll be desperate. I mean, he just stood at the crease. He couldn't quite believe it. I sometimes wonder in that situation, Frank, you're sort of desperate not to do anything daft and get yourself out. He probably wishes he'd just come down the wicket and smashed it
over the top.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
But
Hassan, I beg your pardon, Hassan Adnan gave him out, and Azhar Ali is the new batsman. So there we go, 195 for one, and Pollock goes for 98. The breakthrough at last for Sussex.
Yeah.
Going back to our wicketkeepers discussion, so Keith Andrew, I suspect might have been a great glove. I didn't really see that much of him. Notton Taylor for me. Foster, I agree. And if you're Worcestershire by inclination, then you've got to talk about Stephen Rhodes, whose record with Worcestershire I don't think anybody has got any chance of ever getting close to Stephen Rhodes' numbers. And not only did he serve Worcestershire brilliantly as a player, but also as a coach. So fantastic performer. But the game's changed, keeping's changed. Carson bowls. This is pushed out on the onside by Azhar Ali. For example, I kept wicket for many years, and never ever have I kept in a helmet. So there you go. It's changed keeping, standing up to the wicket now, I think. Carson bowls, and Azhar works this away on the onside. No run, and also uncovered pitches has changed things. Standing up. I mean, not an Underwood on uncovered pitches were a lethal combination, I think, that counted for many a batsman. Don't get those sort of situations now. Carson over the wicket to Azhar, full toss, driven through the covers, 4 runs, just over pitched, and Azhar accepts the gift and is a ways off the mark. And Worcestershire move on to 199 for one. And then, of course, the first keeper that I think I ever... I think that game at Hastings that I saw, it might have been Mickey Griffith keeping wicket for Sussex, but I was going to say Jim Parks was another one who played a lot of Test cricket when I was a youngster watching the game, and he was always a decent keeper. I think John Murray as well from Middlesex. Carson again bowls, and Azhar is slightly deceived by this one. I think he might have just drifted on with the arm a little bit. He was looking to turn it on the leg side, and he got a leading edge, and it ran out on the offside. So 1 ball left in the over. Carson's first successful one, his 7th overall, blocked by Azhar. End of the over. Carson 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. The breakthrough made. Worcestershire 199 for 1, trailing by just 21 runs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Frank Watson, Ariana Dowse, your commentary team on a grey day down on the south coast. Floodlights on, there have been all day. And we started 10 minutes later, then a short break for drizzle. The good news at the minute is we're playing. I mean, the forecast is all sorts of, thunderstorms and goodness knows what, but we're playing, and we're very grateful for that. It's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road in, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Jake Libby down the leg side. There's an appeal. As that one flicked something on the way through to keeper Carter. Wicket-keeper Carter didn't appeal. It was first Tom Alsop and Tom Clark, who's fielding at a shortish mid-wicket, who led those appeals, but not supported by either the bowler or the wicket-keeper. Worcestershire just 21 runs in arrears, and they'll be very mindful here of making sure they really capitalise on this very good start. 195 for the first wicket. Comes Curry. Round the wicket bowls, and Libby plays without timing into the offside, fielded by the eager Carson. A point, and there is no run. And much as clearly I would prefer Sussex to win the game, it would have been quite nice if, just from a sporting perspective, if Ed Pollock had got his 100, then got out. but that's.
I think I'd have felt like that if it was a Sussex player.
It's the way of things. I think he's played really, really well.
I think one of the things that if you watch a lot of cricket, if you don't appreciate people playing well against the team that you support, it can be a very long game sometimes.
Yeah. Curry and bowls to Libby, who again helps himself to a comfortable single backward or square, a single that brings up the 200 for Worcestershire. Libby goes to 84. And then looking in that direction, you can see the flag is really billowing away now on the clock tower. And whether that's good news because it's going to blow some of this murky weather away, or whether it's rather hastening the arrival of something worse, I don't know which one it is. But either way, there is a bit of breeze around this afternoon. 2 slips in place for the new batsman, Azarali. A third man, cover mid-on, mid-wicket. A square leg just being brought up from deep square. I think that's a good tactic. I don't like to see 2 men out on the leg side. And now the third man coming up as well. Alistair Orr coming up to a point position. So Tom Haynes, rightly, applying a bit of pressure to the new man in, who's Azarali. He's 4 not out. As in comes Curry bowls, and Ali just shoulders arms. That's that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
We haven't had anybody get in touch about wicket keepers. You can get in touch with us at Adrian Harms, capital A, capital H, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and at Ariana Dowse, D-O-W-S-E, capital A, capital D. Although I don't think they matter, do they, these days?
No, yeah.
But we're discussing the best keepers. We've only talked about English keepers.
No, that's very true. We've got some people who've been in touch about it, actually.
Okay.
In comes Curry and bowls, let go by Ali outside the off stump.
I'll just throw a couple of Australian names in there. I think Ian Healy was certainly
could be just showing more.
Keeper.
Yeah.
And we're not, we're talking about all rounders, then you'd probably Gilchrist and Alex Stewart, people like that would come into the equation. But if you're just talking about keepers, for me, Healy certainly the best that Australia have had. But Brad Haddon as well was a great competitor, wasn't he? Great contributor to the team effort, and so there've been some good Aussie keepers as well, I think.
Curry in bowls, let go outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over, 200 for 1. Ali on 4, Libby is on 84. John Malone has been in touch. He says just 3 to mention. He goes Farouk Engineer, the great Indian wicketkeeper who played county cricket for Lancashire. Alan Knott, and one that we both haven't mentioned, and I almost feel, why didn't I mention that? Jack Russell.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, how can you not mention that? That's ridiculous, isn't it? And then if you go down to Wales, they'll tell you that Ivan Jones, who kept for Glamorgan for many, many years, was a master glove man. So there's a bit of local interest in there as well. But yeah, certainly Jack Russell was fantastic, wasn't he? Brilliant keeper. Quirky as well. That's what I like Notty was as well.
Teddy Walmsley's been in touch with the email. I'll read it at the end of the over, Teddy, but thanks for getting in touch. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
I think I'm required elsewhere, so I might let you do this one.
Carter bowls to Jake Libby, who eases that out into the offside, picks up a single. Frank will be back with us in a little while. He's got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Worcester. Libby goes to 86, 201 for 1 as in comes Carson bowls, and forward comes Azarali, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Teddy says, I'm watching the stream with the commentary. Carson bowls, and Ali down the wicket using his feet, drives firmly to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. Ali showing intent there against Jack Carlton. He goes to 5, 202 for 1. Teddy says, after John Philby's comments yesterday, I think we'll need a game at least to adjust, especially on a batter's wicket. Here, John, the Sussex chair, who joined us yesterday on commentary. Good to always have John on commentary. Cast in bowls, driven away by Libby. Not where he intended to go. He's going to pick up a single, slightly outside edge of the bat down towards third man. He goes to 86, total 203 for 1. Teddy goes on to say, I think that Worcester are in control of the game and will go on to win. All Sussex can do is hope for rain. Pluses, Jack Carson and Hudson Prentice back playing. But it is certainly good to see Jack Carson back in action. Comes in and bowls and clipped away to mid-wicket by Azarali. No run, fielded there by Ali Orr at mid-wicket. Carson shines the ball on his trousers and pauses and comes in again from the C end of the ground. Bowls, and Ali looks to clip that one down the leg side. That was a good bit of keeping Ariana by Ollie Carter. A ball going down the leg side. I don't know if he whipped off the bails or not. Certainly looked like an impressive piece of wicket keeping. End of the over, 203 for 1, Ali on 5, Libby on 86.
Yeah, it was nice to take, nice and clean from Ollie Carter there, just to finish up the over for a dot. It was nice to see some spin finally being
I
bowled.
agree, and we said before lunch perhaps Jack Carlton should bowl, and he bowls after lunch and picks up a wicket straight away.
Yeah, it's something different after lunch as well, breaking concentration, and unfortunately for the in-batter there on 97, 98, sorry, I correct myself, Edport is gone. And Harry bowls in, and it's a play and a miss there.
Well, that didn't miss the off stump by very much, did it? That was very, very close. That's much better from Brad Curry. His opening over after lunch I thought was a little wayward, but that was a much better delivery. If I break off Ariana, it's only because we might be going for a radio update, but you keep going for the time being, that's fine.
No problem. Brad Curry bowling from the Conroe Road end. Just lovely ball. Unsure how that missed the...
No, nor am I.
He's in again, and that's an inside edge that's missed the stumps and gone for 4, blown away for 4 there.
Yeah, you've ill Sussex. I mean, take nothing away from Worcestershire, who've batted beautifully throughout, but just these little inside edges haven't gone Sussex's way today, have they? And that was a classic example, really. Just racing away down to fine leg, but he's he goes on to 90, Libya. They're in the book as 4 runs, and that's all that matters as far as Worcester are concerned. Now just trailed by 13.
I'm sure as a batter you smile to yourself. You have
Absolutely
got away with one there.
Yeah, no question. No question at all.
As Libby taps his bat on the ground in preparation as Curry is running into bowl towards us, and it's defended off the back foot just into the offside for no run.
Still raining at Lord's, Ariana. As I say, I thought the weather was sort of meant to be clearing up from the north, but 184 for 4 at Middlesex against Glamorgan. He made 214, so it looks to me like they're playing in pretty much every other game. So, well, who knows what's going to happen here, but I think we've probably been quite lucky to get as much cricket as we've had, to be honest. Long may it continue.
Lucky with the rain forecast so far, defying odds by getting quite a bit of cricket in today. As Curry comes into bowl, and it's worked just past the fielder on the leg side. And the fielder in pursuit, but they will pick up a couple.
I might come back for 3 here. Well, I reckon there was 3 there.
They ran a little bit harder.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Eat so much at lunch, probably.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Azhar Ali is quite as quick between the wickets as Pollock and Jake Libby, but I certainly think there were 3 runs there.
Just a bit more intent from the fielding side now after picking up the wicket.
Yeah, applause around the ground. I'm not entirely sure what that was for.
Wiping off that ball before he starts running towards us from the far end here at the Hove, and it's hit the flags, but that time it's fielded by the very close mid wicket there. His reactions to the previous ball where it flew past him. Here 209 for 1 now.
Jake Libby enjoys batting against Sussex. He made 100 last season in the game down at New Road.
Curry comes into bowl. It's defended nicely into the offside, and that's the end of the over. Better lines, better areas bowled there. Curry.
Yeah. Where are his figures? Brad Curry, 12 overs, 2 mains, 0 for 46. Brad Curry. The light is a bit better, Ariana. I like to be optimistic, but I think away to a west, certainly the skies are a lot lighter. Oh, we're going for an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Comes Carson and bowls to Azhar Ali. Goes into the onside. There is no run. Castle. Back to his mark. He's in and bowls to Ali. That's clipped away onto the leg side. There is a fielder though at backward square leg that prevents the single. Ali remains on 5. Worcestershire 209 for 1. Carson shining the ball on his trousers. In comes Carson, bowls. Ali plays the ball on the bounce to square leg. Short leg, I should say. And again, there is no run. It's Carter. Well, at the moment, Sarah, it's dry. The floodlights are on. It's very grey and overcast, but we've got cricket, which is good news. And the other good news since lunch is that Sussex have picked up a wicket. It was Jack Carson, who hasn't played for 11 months due to an assortment of injuries. He scored 58. He top scored yesterday, and he picked up the wicket of the unfortunate Ed Pollock, who batted beautifully in making 98, but he was caught behind by Ollie Carter, just 2 runs short of his century. Jake Libby is still there. He's going along nicely on 92. Worcestershire 209 for 1. It means they trail Sussex now by just 11 runs. Meanwhile, up at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, Surrey not having things their own way. Northamptonshire making 339. Surrey in reply are 35 for 2 with Rory Burns and Ryan Battelle, the men out, both having scored 10. End of Jack Carson's over. I'll bring Frank back in a moment. So I'm just coming back to Jake Libby. I was reading that he likes playing against Sussex. He scored 100 against Sussex last season, and he scored 100 on debut for Nottinghamshire against Sussex. So there we are. It's clearly a county he likes playing against. I think we'll probably bring Frank back in for a bit more commentary as Jake Livy approaches his 100. Well, I'm not going to put the mockers on it because I did put the mockers on Ed Pollock a little earlier on. So I'm going to leave you with Ariana and with Frank.
As Brad Curry bowls on the far end, that's not quite middle, back to the bowler for a dot ball. Libby is on strike, the in batter at 92 now, closing on his 100, and hopefully we'll get it. There's only 1 slip in play, and only 3 on the boundary. Everyone else is on the one. We've got quite a tight mid-wicket, almost catching. And a second mid-wicket, I'd say, also quite close and also quite ready for the catch. Brad Curry runs into bowl to Libby, who's on the back foot and just defends it back to the bowler.
We were talking yesterday about the need to be imaginative sometimes as a captain, and we're seeing that a little bit now from Tom Haynes with this leg side field. Just reckoning that Libby might just chip one up in that area. I've seen teams use it before against Libby. Not often effectively, if I'm honest, but good to see the captain trying things, isn't it?
Curry's in, and that's defended off the front foot there by Libby. Yeah, yesterday you were saying they just need a wicket, they need to
make something happen. Yeah, he's trying to do that, I think. It looks an odd field. He's been unlucky, hasn't he, to be fair? I think Curry gone past the bat 2 or 3 times in this spell, and he's bowled better certainly since lunch than he did in the morning session when he didn't look very comfortable.
Sussex fielders look more alive now after lunch. As Curry's in, bowls, and it's short, punch to the offside, but fielded by the 3rd man on the boundary just for 1. Yeah, there seems to be a bit more of movement in the field now that they've had some food and
I think it's probably because they've got a wicket.
Yeah, that does help after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a big wicket as well. They needed something there. Ali is now on strike. 2 slips in play for him. A few more fielders on the one. Still that catching mid-wicket. So there's obviously a plan in play here for Sussex as Curry comes into bowl, and it's this time drive, that's just straight back to the bowler for no run.
Just going back to our wicket-keeping conversation, I mentioned Steve Rhodes and said his numbers they're just, for me, unassailable in modern cricket. I can't see how anybody is going to come along and do this for Worcestershire. How about this? John Curtis provided me with the figures. 1,139 catches and 124 stumpings. Also, nearly 15,000 first-class runs.
Carries in, that's worked off the hip by Ali, that will trickle away for 4 here at home.
4 leg byes, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's signalled by the umpire. And that's the end of his over.
I mean, you just can't imagine it, can you? There, not only would you have to sort of stay with one club, but you'd have to play that much red ball cricket, and it's just beyond belief, really, that you can get those sort of numbers. I think what a contribution Steve Rhodes made to Worcestershire cricket. Batsmen always get mentioned in the pantheon of history of a club, don't they? So, Worcestershire, we've got the Graham Hick Pavilion, and we talk about Glenn Turner and so on. I'll just break off as Carson comes into bowl to Libby, pushes this out on the offside for a single, goes to 94, 2-1-5 for 1. But if you go up to Derby and you talk to them about their greatest cricketers, they would mention Bob Taylor very quickly. I suspect Kent would mention Alan Knott. And certainly at Worcestershire, if you look back over the years, there have been some good keepers. There have been a few, of course, but Steve Rhodes stands out for me as Azar defends this one back up the pitch to Jack Carson. And there's no run. So 1 man out, Ed Pollock, 98, caught behind by the juggling Ollie Carter. Off the bowling of this man Carson, who's in now and bowls, and Azar is again very, very watchfully for. He's got a very characteristic way of playing. Plays round the front pad a bit. You think he's an LBW candidate, but so rarely does he miss it that you see a lot of bowlers, seamers particularly, bowling balls at Azar and throwing their arms in the air thinking they're going to get him LBW, and then he gets a bat on it. There again, very watchfully forward, pushing back up the pitch. 5 to Azar. He's faced 23 balls already. Got a boundary in his off his third ball, I think, when Carson over pitched. He's in again now and bowls, and that one's right on the money, and Azar is again pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler. Ball left in the over. Carson very tidy so far. This is his 10th over, 1 for 21 so far for the man with the mullet. He comes in now and bowls, and Azar drives to short mid-wicket. Ali Orr fields end of a very tidy maiden. No, it wasn't a maiden. Libby got 1 off the first ball. 215 for 1. Worcestershire trail by just 5.
Some wicket keepers. I think my inspiration growing up was Sarah Taylor.
Yeah, there you go. You couldn't have a much better one in terms of women's cricket, could you? And here she is today, going through the motions this morning, going through the workouts with the Sussex keepers. Just brilliant. I mean, when you talk about technicians, I haven't seen as much of her as I did of Knott and Taylor and that kind of thing, but some of her work down the leg side that I've seen has just been sensational. I think absolutely brilliant.
As Curry comes into bowl from the Commonwealth Road end, and it works into the leg side for a quick single there. And again, feeling that.
And if I can indulge me just for a minute here, Worcestershire listeners this is for, and Birmingham League Worcestershire listeners based around Kidderminster, one of the best wicketkeepers that I have ever seen didn't even play first-class cricket. A man called Godfrey Lamb, who kept wicket for Kidderminster for several decades, and was still playing for the third 11 until a couple of years ago. I think turned down the opportunity to play county cricket quite a few times. I think he was an accountant, or certainly had that kind of career in finance.
As carries in, that's flicked off Azar's hip, and it runs to the leg side boundary, but fielded, and they'll have quite a comfortable couple there.
And Godfrey Lamb, believe me, and I know there will be people listening who will back me up on this, was just an absolutely magnificent wicketkeeper. He's a very good batsman as well. Brilliant wicketkeeper. But and I'm 100% certain, I know they say this about people, he could have played first-class cricket quite easily, but it was his choice not to. But he was absolutely brilliant. I almost never saw him make a mistake.
And there's an appeal there for LBW, but I'm sure there's a bit of bat involved to get it down.
Well, a bit more than a bit of bat, but I think there might have been. It might have just flicked the pad first, but he plays so late, and he does play across it a little bit, but he plays so late, Azza, with that wristy little subcontinental flick, and the bowlers often think, yeah, I've got him, and then they see the bat come down, and that was one of those, wasn't it? Strangled appeal. Lovely shot, in fact. Got those two men in for Libby again. Very close together, short mid-wicket and a sort of short forward square.
Curry bowls, and it's driven nicely through the covers there.
It's a gimme, isn't it?
Lovely 4 runs to take him to 99.
Wide half volley, yeah, and Jake Libby on 99. Not usually too bothered about the old custom of the local commentator taking over, but I'll do it. Well, I missed out on one, haven't I, with Pollock, so I'll do it on this occasion. Jake Libby, 99. He was the junior partner, really, with Ed Pollock. Well, certainly today, maybe not yesterday, but he's played really well. Certainly put the bad ball away when it's come along generally. And there is his 100. And he puts away the bad ball, and it was a bad ball. Look at the Worcestershire players on the balcony. They're full of praise for Jake Libby, the vice-captain. They're all out there standing, and his 100 comes up. Brilliant effort. 180 balls, 12 fours, very patient, and just what Worcestershire have required. And they are now in the lead, Worcestershire. They're 7 runs ahead. They were in the lead with the previous boundary. And anything now that they can get before any weather interruptions, they'll really feel like they're pushing on, won't they? And if they can get themselves ahead by a significant margin today, then even if we get rain tomorrow, they'll still be hoping they'll have time to finish this off.
Carries in, and it's flicked off his hips, racing away for 4 more. Down to fine leg. That's the end of a rather expensive over there.
12 off the last 3 balls, yeah.
So Worcestershire moved to 231 for 1. And
lead of 11. That you say an expensive over, Ariana, and it was, and in a way those 3 boundaries, they sum Libby up, don't they? 12 off 3, you think, oh, batsman's on fire, but in fact he got one short of a length outside off stump, punched it through the covers, then he got a half volley and just drove it, didn't go, you don't have to hit it 20 yards past the boundary to get 4, it only has to get to the rope, and then the last one just into his hip and just tickled it away. You get the impression that he would have scored those 12 runs whether it had happened when he was on 30, whether he was on 10, whether he was on 25, doesn't matter. He just plays the ball on its merits, and they were 3 bad balls and he got 12 runs. But that's the problem, I think, that Tom Haynes has got, is that he's got Carson really tidy at one end, starts his 11th over now, bowls to Azza, works that up to mid-on for a single. Haynes himself is the fielder. So Carson's only gone for 22 and he's in his 11th over. But at the other end, he's leaked 12 runs in that last over. So just when he's trying to get a little bit of control, having got a wicket, he isn't able to do so. Now Libby facing Carson. Waits, goes on the back foot, drives through extra, probably get 2 here. Slight error in length from Carson. Libby quick on his feet, gets onto the back foot, gets inside it and drives through extra. Comes back for 2, as I say, goes to 109, 234 for 1. And Carson in again. bowls and gets his length right this time. Libby pushes out on the onside. I suppose he was just throwing it up that little bit further to Azza, who's a bit taller than Libby and was coming down to meet it. And then when the batsman changed over, bowled the same sort of length, and Libby, being a bit shorter, was able just to skip back in his crease. And he pushes this one out on the offside. Carson having kind of adjusted the length. 234 for one. Gloomy as it has been all day, but we're very lucky. We've only lost half an hour's cricket. 10 minutes a delayed start and a 20-minute rain break in the morning. Carson is in, pushes this one through a little bit more, and Libby just leans into it, pushes it out on the offside. The bowler does his own fielding, gets through his overs really quickly, Jack Carson. And this is the last ball of his 11th. And he's in there. Quite a tall bowler. Bowls nice action for an off-spinner. Good revs on the ball, but pushed away on the onside by Libby. End of the over. Worcestershire lead by 14 at 234 for one. The man out, Ed Pollock, agonisingly went into lunch on 98, came out and got out, unable to add to that score.
Now that Libby scored his 100, do you think he'll keep going the same way he has to
Yes.
score his 100?
Yeah, I think Libby will play exactly the way that he always does. I think he'll just play the ball on its merits. That's what he tends to do, really, particularly in red ball cricket, I think. Yeah, that's what I think we'll see.
A change in bowling from the far end. Henry Crocombe now coming on to bowl.
Jake Libby's third 100 of the season. Not as prolific as he was in the previous 2 years. His first year, having joined from Nottinghamshire, was the COVID year, 2020, and he was top run scorer in the country, I think, that year. Had a brilliant year. Good, followed it up. Another great year last year. Not quite as good so far this year, but finding his form now, and 300's not a bad return for an opening batsman, but perhaps not as consistent this season as he was in the previous two. But 109 not out, and he's got a chance of a real big one here, hasn't he? To be fair, if he, as you say, if he stays and carries on playing the same way, as I think he will, he's got a chance of turning this into something substantial.
As Crocombe bowls, and as Ali just works it into the offside for a single, fielded by Ali Alder, who runs around to tidy up, which brings Libby back on strike.
Azhar Ali has had I've said this loads of times, Sussex listeners will perhaps understand the comparison I'm going to make as well. He's had a great influence on those around him in the dressing room at Worcester, particularly one or two of the other young batters with whom he spent a lot of time at the crease, and they're very pleased to have re-signed him for next season. And without making the obvious comparison about simply, international batsmen, his measured way of going about things reminds me a bit of Cheteshwar Pujara, who played so well for Sussex in earlier times, and might come back again. Do we think at some stage? It's possible, isn't it? But it's that calmness and that assuredness at the crease that he reminds me of, or they remind me of each other.
So Crocombe's in, and that's flicked off the legs, but for no run, as that goes to a
Changing the field for Crocombe bowling to Libby. They've not got those two men on the catch in front of the wicket. The one of them has come squarer to a sort of conventional forward square leg, meaning that umpire Hassan Adnan is crossing over now because his view is obscured. But the other one has gone to a leg gully.
As Crocombe bowls a bouncer, and it's just past that, looks like gully. It's a fine leg who fields it, and that'll be one run.
Banged in short by Crocombe. Libby went for the hook. Finn Hudson-Prentice thought he might be in business in that leg gully position, but in fact he played it really well, didn't he? Rolled his wrists on top of it, Libby, and kept it down, picked up a single down to fine leg. 110. The only Cornishman playing county cricket, Jake Libby. There's one for you. Born in Plymouth, I think, but when you ask him that, he says that's only because that was the nearest hospital. He's a proud Cornishman.
As Crocombe comes into balls and it's defended off the back foot for no run there by Azar Ali. So we've very much got an in-bat and a new batsman at the crease, but already 10 runs to his name. Azar Hove. Just gets the ball back and starts his run up again. Coming towards us, bowls, and it's defended nicely back. Top bowling there from Henry Crocombe there.
Only the second 100 for Jake Lebby this season, I think not the third. I need to check the stats. I haven't got my book with me, but got 100 at Derby, certainly.
And again, balls to Azar, who flicks it off his leg. Diving attempt there by Cartons, but he misses it and it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, got the bat on it. Just loose at the end of the over, a bit like Curry was before him, and just allowing any. You build up a little bit of, not exactly pressure, but just get control with a good over from Carson, and then a tidy first few deliveries from Crocombe, and then he lets it go with that loose one down the leg side just when you need to get out of the over without any further damage. And we mentioned it this morning, and it might just be an impression, and it might be possibly because we're behind glass and we can't hear a great deal of noise, but it looks flattish out there, doesn't it, from a Sussex point of view, body language and so on. As Carson bowls, and this is worked away on the onside by Libby, fielded by Ali Orr, who's never flat, to be fair to him, busy and quick over the ground, clapping his hands, encouraging everybody, but does look a bit flat. Carson again bowls, Libby defends, Orr again fields, and there's no run. And to be honest, let's be fair, it's 240 for 1. You've only got one bloke out and he got 98, and it's gloomy and miserable. I suppose it would be a bit of a superhuman effort for it to be absolutely buzzing out there as Libby works this one again to mid-wicket, and again Orr is the fielder. But this is what it's all about, the long slog, the long days of county cricket where you've just got to get stuck in and make things happen. Just let you take over for a minute, Ariana.
So that's worked. Square leg for no run. Not the usual Ali Orr at mid-wicket there. Slightly different from the last 3 deliveries. Carson gets the ball at the top of his run up again. And it's ready to bowl to Libby. He runs in, and it back foot punch to the covers to the fielder on that boundary just for a single. Carson just dropping length there, and Libby, who's very much in at this point, pounces on that.
Sorry about that interruption. Just being contacted by the studio in Worcester. Here comes Carson to finish the over, and he bowls a fuller delivery, and there you go again, the end of the over, and a loose one down the leg side, which Azar would be a bit annoyed he didn't get anything on it actually, but it evaded Ollie Carter and went for a bye. So even Carson succumbing to the final delivery syndrome that we often see. It's something you see with a lot of teams actually, and I've heard bowlers talk about it. Stuart Broad notably talking about how, you know, when you've bowled a decent over and you've bowled 4 or 5 dots and there's one ball left, you might be aware that in most circumstances the batsman's looking to be positive off that ball. Certainly in white ball cricket it's quite common. So get out of the over, and you often see them bowl a bouncer, don't you, the last ball of the over, just to make sure it's a dot. But it is something they increasingly think they need to be aware of.
That's correct.
Over to you, Ariana, and
Crocombe bowls, and it's defended there
take
by
my leave.
Azar Ali. That phrase, get out the over, being used there, and it's been used a lot recently, I think. We get into over, but you also need to get out, and Sussex have not been doing that the last few overs, just conceding boundaries or a loose ball. As Crocombe turns from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and it's off the hit, no run though, as Tom Finn Hutt's apprentice just quickly in there for no run. 2 dots in the over so far.
Well, these two are consolidating, aren't they, Ariana, after losing that wicket of Ed Pollock. They've already added, what, 47 for this wicket.
It's Crocombe bowls and it's flicked off legs just to the fine leg fielder for 1.
I think the point that Frank was making is that Sussex have just struggled to contain the flow of runs here. What are we in the 65th over? Sussex have 130. You know, they're going along the best part of 4 and over here at Worcestershire, which in county championship cricket is a decent rate.
Helped by the regular free ball for the batter to punish, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As Crocombe bowls and it's defended there by Libby in the covers for no run.
I mean, as far as Sussex are concerned, I mean, they won the toss here yesterday, decided to bat. Worcestershire would have done exactly the same, and maybe Sussex got caught slightly on the hop on the morning when the pitch was doing a little. But now these two, together with Ed Pollock, have made batting look relatively comfortable, which will give Sussex hope that they can save this game. There's a long way to go.
It's Crocombe bowls and it's punched off the back foot, but straight to the point fielder, Alior, who's still buzzing around the field.
No, he is. He is, and he lacks nothing in enthusiasm, does he, Alior? And I think that's good in a situation like this because it's very easy to get your head down. But he's running to the ball, he's throwing the ball in, as keen as mustard. And I think that's what you need. I mean, it's very easy to get your head down when the opposition are 243 for 1. But a couple of quick wickets can change everything.
Exactly. As Crocombe runs into ball, short ball, pull, just going to fly away for 4 down the leg side.
Yeah, it's not a great delivery, I'm afraid. But I mean, it's been a decent over until then, hasn't it? But as Frank was saying at the last over, the last ball of the over, it's short, it's down the leg side, it's pulled away. And all of a sudden, there we are. Worcestershire have taken another 5 off the over. And that's, not far away from the rate that runs are disappearing from. 247 for 1, so the lead is 27 for Worcestershire. And from this situation, Ariana, I mean, we don't know what the weather's going to do tomorrow, but I certainly think Worcester will have one eye on the weather conditions and certainly get to this stage of the season, just batting out. They'll want to just bat once in this game. I think the forecast is much better for the latter part of the week. But Worcestershire in a very, very strong position. And we'll have a look at the table in a moment as well, because I think it's a long shot for Worcestershire, but 3 wins and you never know. In comes Carson bowls, played to mid-on by Azhar Ali. Alior is very quickly in but can't click the ball cleanly. The ball runs away for a single. Ali goes to 16, 249 for 1. It stopped raining at Lord's, by the way, so play due to resume there at 20 past 2. Carson in again, bowls. Libby is forward. It was in the air slightly, just past the fielder in there at short leg. Who's that in there at short leg, Ariana? Because he's got number 45 on his back.
Tom Alsop, I believe.
Yes, it is Tom Alsop. Good spot. And I should have known it was Tom Alsop, which means who's in at first slip? Tom Clark, I think. You're quite right. It is Tom Alsop. Crouching down. Here comes Carson and bowls. And steered again to mid-wicket. Alior chases back. It's a good diving stop, prevents a single. Total remains 249 for 1.
In the hot spot there.
He is in the hot spot, isn't he? Yeah. He prevented a single there, and maybe by being keen with the previous piece of fielding, maybe Ali's thinking, well, perhaps I won't take a risk there. Carson in again, bowls to Ali, who flicks this towards fine leg, fielded there by Fahim Ashraf. Again, there is no one. He struggled a bit today with his line and length, did Shred. If you look at the table, I'll come back to that at the end of this delivery, or the end of this over from Jack Carson. Bowls to Ali, and is he caught? He's coming out. He's on his way, and Jack Carson picks up his 2nd wicket. It looked to me like he got a leading edge. It almost looked like he got a leading edge onto the pad. The ball balloons in the air, and Ali is on his way for 16. And Sussex pick up their 2nd win of the innings, and it's the 2nd wicket for Jack Carson. And Azhar Ali is on his way. I got the impression that ballooned off of something. We won't know until we see a replay, Ariana, but it ballooned into the air, caught by Tom Clark at first slip. Very straightforward catch.
Yeah, it seemed to be hit something there. I'm not sure if Ollie Carter got a glove to it and it ballooned up to the slip.
That might have been it. But it was taught by Tom Clark. Ariana's just getting her phone sorted out. What we do know, it's another wicket for Jack Carson. Yeah, it suddenly looked as if he was looking to clip it on the leg side. I don't know if he got a leading edge or quite what, but the ball ballooned high in the air. And Tom Clark, who was standing at first slip, gratefully accepted the catch. So a second wicket goes down for Worcestershire. We're going to see it again. Yes, I think you're right. I think he was. I think he sort of was looking to turn it down the leg side. I think it hit Ollie Carter's gloves, flew up in the air, and it was taken by Tom Clark at first slip. So a second wicket goes down. End of the over. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Is that the end of the over? No, there's one ball to go. Frank will come back in to talk. So we'll just wait for this ball, Ariana. So well done, Jack Carson. 58 runs, 2 wickets. New man in is Jack Haynes, who Frank knows, or has known since he was a young lad. So it'll be interesting to watch Jack Haynes bat. Does a little bit of gardening, slipping a short legger in place. Looking back to the game at New Road earlier on this season. Haynes only scored 2 on that occasion. He'll be hoping to score more today. In comes Carson Bowles, and Haynes is forward. Plays on the bounce to short leg, fielded by Tom Alsop. There is no run. Which is the end of the over, the end of Ariana for the next half hour or so, as Frank comes back into commentary. Worcestershire 249 for 2. Jake Libby on 116. Jack Haynes yet to score. I was looking at the Division 2 table. At the start of play, Worcestershire had 144 points. If you're assuming the top 2 go up, Morgan on 172, so that's sort of 28 points behind, but a win here with maximum bowling points and maximum batting points would put Worcestershire in the shake-up, with a couple of games to go. I mean, there'd be a long shot, but who else have Worcestershire got to play, Frank?
Nottinghamshire and Middlesex.
Okay, so 2 tough games. Nottinghamshire at
home, both at home.
Okay, yeah. Well, that could be interesting because we've got Henry Crocombe coming in from the Cromwell Road into bowl to the right-handed Jake Libby's involved, and Libby plays forcefully to backward point, footed by Orr, and there is no run. I mean, Nottinghamshire, I think, will be home and hosed by then. I'm not saying that makes it easier, but, I wonder subconsciously. That could be a cracking last game of the season against Middlesex, though, because Middlesex and Worcestershire, well, Worcestershire to win here, could be vying for one of those places.
It's possible.
Well, there's plenty to play for Worcestershire.
Yeah, it's still a bit of an outside chance, but yeah, it's worth.
In comes Crocombe, bowls to Libby down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Carter. That wasn't a great bit of wicket keeping. He gets away with it.
That's the sort of thing that we're talking about wicket keepers, and we have been all day. I think Ollie Carter's a good keeper. I'm not having a go at anybody here, but I don't remember watching a Knott or a Taylor or a Foster ever make that kind of error. They would have just taken that ball
straight. Yeah, I mean, that's a relatively straightforward take, isn't it, down the leg side. In comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls. Libby is forward defensively down the offside of the track, and there is no.
That said, I think I tended, certainly, and you probably did too, to see the likes of Knott and Taylor and so on television when they were playing Test cricket, and we didn't see them when they were young players developing and learning their trade and so on. We saw them at their peak of their powers.
That's a very good point.
That can distort the memory a bit.
Just the one slip in place. Crocombe in bowls to Libby, and Libby plays that to that sort of leg gully position, fielded by Hudson Prentice, no run. Interesting, Jake Libby made a very good 100 against Sussex last season at New Road. A very good 100 here. I can't remember where I saw it earlier on this season, and they were talking about opening bats when Zach Crawley was struggling, and I think the jury's out in terms of Alex Lees as well, and people at the top of the order. Rory Burns has had quite a few opportunities, and I did see in this particular piece of correspondence that Jake Libby was mentioned. In comes Crocombe Bowls, short, was looking to pull, decided not to, taken by Carter. And the suggestion being, well, is no one having a look at him because he plays second division cricket? I know it's that old adage, but what's that? That's his 12th first-class century.
2020, he was the top run scorer in the country.
Well, there you go.
Bob Willis Trophy.
Right.
He guested at one of our Worcestershire Cricket Society evenings over the winter. I'll just fill in at the end of the over, maybe.
Crocombe Bowls, and Libby clips this one away. Nice looking shot down towards fine leg. James Coles is in hot pursuit. You won't get there. Just erring down the leg side is Henry Crocombe. What Libby has done really well here. The bad ball has gone for 4 runs, and again it's the last ball of the over, and the 250 up for Worcester, 253 for 2.
And when Jake Libby guested at the Worcestershire Cricket Society, which meets monthly on the first Tuesday of every month through the winter, if anybody's interested, have a really good lineup of speakers. We had Barry Richards recently, which was a good one. We've got Monty Panesar coming up, first one in October. We've also got Dean Headley, Phil Newport, Joe Leach, various other players at various times through the winter.
Sorry, did you say Barry Richards?
Barry Richards, yeah.
Does he live locally?
Just a couple of weeks ago. No, he was on a sort of tour, and he spoke in Stourbridge at lunchtime, and then at Worcester in the evening. In comes Carson and Bowles, and this is blocked by Haynes. Anyway, we had Jake Libby last year, and in answer to a question, are you disappointed not to have had an international call-up? He said, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Carson in again, Bowles, and Haynes is forward. Pushes out the offside. He said, I am very disappointed not to have had some sort of recognition, Lions or something like that.
It's just started to rain.
Yeah, umbrellas. I'm always looking for there's a black and
there's a couple of
black umbrella at the far end of the ground. Anyway, Carson again bowls. Haynes turns this on the onside. But just going back to the Worcestershire Cricket Society, it's every first Tuesday of every month in the pavilion at Worcester, and a really good lineup of speakers. It's only £20 a year to join, or you can come along for one speaker for a £5 if you want to. If you're interested and you haven't heard of it before, and I know that probably applies to quite a few people who might be listening. Carson bowls, Haynes blocks it out. Just go online and look at Worcestershire Cricket Society, or contact me on Twitter at FrankWatson58, and I can forward you details. It's a really good way to spend a winter evening very often. Barry Richards, very interesting. Carson in again, bowls, and Haynes is forward, no run. Barry Richards wasn't in the winter, it was just a couple of weeks ago actually, and we did it in an evening just because he was in the area at the time, and he was very, very interesting about all sorts of things. Not least of which was his hair. Carson again, that keeps low, pushed out on the offside by Haynes. Maiden from Carson, 253 for 2. She's still got that wonderful head of hair. It's all gone grey now, but I said, your eyes might have gone, your reactions might have gone a little bit. Still got the hair. And Dave Bradley, my colleague, because we do it together, Dave Bradley, my colleague, final question of the whole night. He said, just let us know, Barry, just one final question. Did you put anything on it?
What did he say?
He said, just a bit of shampoo and conditioner, that's all. It's just natural.
I saw Barry Richards play actually once. We were on a family holiday to the Isle of Wight, and we went along to Shankling Cricket Club in Hampshire. Were playing a game against some sort of select 11, and Barry Richards, we didn't see him bat for some reason. It was Hampshire, maybe against, I can't remember, but certainly Barry Richards was playing. Gordon Greenwich was playing as well. But we didn't see Richards back for some reason. In comes Crocombe bowls to Libby. Lovely shot through backward point. 4 runs despite an athletic dive by Ali Orr. And this is what has been impressive for me for Jake Libby. The bad ball has gone for 4. That was a bad ball. It's gone for 4. And good placements as well, because Ali Orr is at backward point and he's no slouch. He's a good fielder, Orr, but he had no chance.
That's his real area of strength. That just behind square on the offside.
124. He goes to. I think I was going to say.
You're absolutely right. And Ariana said when he went to his 100, will he play differently? I said no. I think he'll just play exactly the same. If he gets a bad ball, he'll try and put it away. If he doesn't, he won't. And it's just that. It's those powers of concentration that are so admirable.
In comes Crocombe bowls, short, ducks underneath it through to Carter, no run. You were talking actually about cricketers, and you're saying he was born in Plymouth, and so often when we look at our cricket books, it says so-and-so is born, for example, Tom Clark.
Yeah.
It says born in Haywards Heath. Well, that's what the hospital was. He's a Horsham lad, so it's always the town, isn't it? And you were talking about...
Wordsley, you get a lot in Wordsley in the Who's Who, and things, because that's the hospital near Stourbridge, so anybody from the Black Country, it's Wordsley Hospital.
Bowls and played into the ground by Libby Orr, comes into field, and there is no run. But I was just thinking about Cornish cricketers, and one that sprang to mind immediately was we're talking about wicket keepers, which was Jack Richards.
Jack Richards,
yeah, who kept for Surrey and scored a very good 100. I think it was at Perth.
Was it Melbourne
in an Ashes series?
Was it Perth or Melbourne? Yeah. Anyway,
and
I remember.
And he's a Cornishman, born in Penzance.
Absolutely, I remember him well.
In comes Crocombe bowls, ducked underneath that Libby. He'd have kept some quicks as well. He'd have been keeping when Sylvester Clark was racing in for Surrey back in the day. That would have been fun. In fact, I remember going to the Oval and seeing a Gillette Cup. I don't know if it was a quarter-final or a semi-final. And Sylvester Clark was bowling to Jeff Boycott. And I don't think there was a huge amount of love lost between the two. And Jack Richards was standing miles back. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, another short delivery, and Libby's not really bothered by that. Ducks underneath it through to Carter.
I think in the 80s, when I knew a few of the Worcestershire top order batters pretty well, I think most of them would agree that, and I think Simon Hughes confirms it in his early books, a lot of old Yacker and Yakinaranawu and so on, that Sylvester Clark was the one they feared the most, I think.
He was horribly quick, wasn't he? Wonderful bowler, but really, really quick.
And mean, I think.
Here comes Crocombe. Bowls. That's a better delivery, but Jake Libby lets it go through to Ollie Carter. End of the over. Worcestershire on 257 for 2. Jake Libby on 124. Jack Haynes yet to score. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. The light isn't great. It hasn't been great all day, but probably of more concern is a little bit of drizzle falling. I can see one umbrella up in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground. The forecast is for there to be a bit more rain around this afternoon. And it just has the feeling, actually, of there were some lighter skies. It just seemed to be filling in a little bit to the east. We've had how many overs today? That's the 69th, is that? 69, so we've had 39 overs.
Yeah, we've done pretty well.
We have.
Here's Carson over the wicket to Haynes, who's not yet off the mark, and he's still not off the mark as he pushes this one out on the offside. Yes, I'm always interested by the cricketers' birthplaces one.
You're quite right. It often is the hospital.
Thrown by the hospital. Yeah, here's Carson again. Bowls and Haynes nearly defeated by this one, looking to push it out on the offside. Thick inside edge takes it up to mid-on. A few gasps and groans, and Haynes just walking away, trying to compose himself as Carson moves in again and bowls to him again. He's just pushing it back up the pitch. He's bowling with really good control here at the moment, Carson.
And this is what Carson is all about. Last year up at Headingley, before Jack picked up his injury, he bowled to David Malan for a long period of time and kept Malan quiet when he was motoring along. Yeah. It was a brilliant piece of bowling.
No bad balls, just that one full toss to Azhar. This one blocked out. Having said that, got a bit of luck when he got Azhar Ali out, didn't he? Because it wasn't a great
no, it wasn't.
Down the leg side.
No, it wasn't.
Just got a little bit of luck, as did Ollie Carter, who's caught one on the juggle to get rid of Pollock and then knocked one up in the air for his mate to complete the catch. But you have days like that sometimes. Carson in, bowls, and Haynes just forward again. Bit of turn, maybe, that one, I think.
Slightly.
Just very slowly.
I noticed James Coles was warming up just a minute ago. I just wonder whether they might go spin from both ends here.
They might do. Haven't done that yet. Haven't tried that yet. And of course, Worcestershire's attack was almost exclusively seam. Just one over from D'Oliveira. That one nicely bowled by Carson. That went on with the arm. And Haynes didn't pick it, but he ironically got his first run because it slid away off the outside edge, square on the offside for a single. So he's off the mark. He keeps the strike, and it's 258 for 2.
A couple more umbrellas going up around the ground. I can see one over by the players' pavilion, but we're staying out, and the umpires, not for the first time we've said today, I think deserving a bit of credit, because very easy to take players off in these sort of situations, but we are going to get a bit of spin. Yeah, I thought I saw him warming up at mid-wicket. I think this is no bad thing. I think where Tom Haynes has struggled here today is that although Jack Carson is keeping it tight at one end, consistently Sussex have struggled. In Carson, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 28. But the seamers have been a little expensive. I'll give you their bowling figures in a couple of moments' time, but where are we? So Fahim, Fahim Ashraf, 12 overs for 68. Brad Curry, 14 overs, 0 for 63. Henry Copeland, 12 overs for 51. They're all going over 4 and over. The one person who hasn't bowled today is Finn Hudson-Prentice. And we were talking to Finn last night, who was coming back from this stress fracture of the back, and was saying that he is restricted by the guidance in terms of how many overs he can bowl in a day. So I'm not sure if that's an ECB directive or quite how that works. But anyway, in comes James Coles, bowling to Jack Haynes, who gets a nice loosener to get himself on the mark. He just turns that to fine leg, picks up a single. Haynes to 2, I do apologise, he already had a single. 259 for 2. So the lead is 39. Worcestershire will only want to bat once in this match. Coles in a game bowls, and Libby turns that to mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single, fielded there by Jack Carson. There's a slip and a short leg of the close fielders, a backward point cover mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, then a mid-on mid-wicket, and a backward square leg. Coles. And again, as the pitter-patter of the rain begins again, Haynes is forward, plays back to Coles, there is no run. It's sort of intermittent, you can hear it, then it disappears. The ground staff are poised to my left, but haven't removed the advertising awnings just yet. Coles in again, played by Haynes down the onside of the track. Joe Leach is having a wander around the ground. Is that Alan Richardson who's with him?
It is, yeah. So Mrs. Leach still not ringing any alarm bells.
Coles bowls right up in the block hole, and Haynes plays without timing down the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. Was he okay? Because he looked like he was struggling a little bit yesterday with a bit of an injury, but looks okay today, doesn't he?
I didn't mention it when I was talking to him last night in his official interview.
Coles in bowls, and Haynes clips that to it on. Jake Louis was thinking about a single, but it wasn't there. Just the 2 runs off the over, so tidy enough from James Coles. End of the over, 260 for 2. Haynes on 2, Libby on 125. We've got another 55 overs to be bowled today. I don't think there's any chance we'll get anywhere near that, but yeah, I think from where we were at 10:30 this morning, I think any overs is a bonus, to be honest.
It'll be a very long day if we did get 55,
yeah,
wouldn't it? Which suggests that what they have done today is bowled their overs fairly slowly. I know it's been a bit of an off and on, but even so, it would be a very late finish if we were to get a full 55. It's Carson from the C end, bowl short to Libby, one of the few bad deliveries that Carson's bowled. Libby is quickly into position, giving himself room and cutting it away behind square for 2. Just ticking along. Libby goes to 127. I'm nominating the scoreboard here at Hove as the fastest in the country. Some are slower than others. Carson again bowls, driven out by Libby, and no run there, no criticism. Some are slower, some are quicker. I think it's all to do with the computer sometimes, but this one, the runs are on before you've almost had time to say it, really. It's very good. Carson bowls again, Libby pushes out on the offside, but you kind of get used to the rhythm of whichever one, don't you?
Yes,
and you sort of you accept it, but you get this one, they get a run and you look up and it's already there. Very, very quick indeed. And it shows Libby on 127 as he faces up to Carson, and that becomes 128 as he turns this on the leg side. Good bit of fielding and a direct hit. from... Who was it coming round there wearing number 5?
It was Henry Crocombe.
Henry Crocombe.
Good bit of fielding.
It was a good bit of fielding, and he hit the stumps at the non-strikers end as Libby went through, but I think we could see even from here that Libby was actually comfortably home, but nonetheless good fielding. Libby goes to 128, 263 for 2. Carson again is in, bowls to Haynes, who pushes out on the offside, but no run this time as James Coles comes in from cover.
I mean, we'll talk about Jake Libby at the end of the day, but I just wonder, Frank, whether you just break off.
Carson again to Haynes, bowls solidly forward, no run, end of the over, 263 for 2.
And there's certainly a feeling here, or certainly among some of the people around Hove, and I would be included in those people who felt that England took far too long to get Ollie Robinson in the fold. I mean, he was taking wickets for fun down here at Hove, and against some good sides as well. And he's gone into the international arena, and he's proven that he can play at that level. But I think it took a long time for England, and when he got into the side, people always sort of surprised by Ollie Robinson. I don't think anyone here at Hove was surprised. And I wonder if it could be the same with somebody like Jake Libby. I mean, it's all very well sticking with Crawley and Lees, but, you know, I just wonder with someone like Libby, in comes Coles, bowls, Libby plays into the offside, and there is none. I guess you could say, well, Alex Lees is playing for Durham and they're in the second division. So perhaps that slightly negates my argument. But you'd like to think that just because you're playing second division cricket, you're not precluded from playing Test cricket. Coles in, bowls to Libby, who plays with sort of an extravagant shot onto the leg side, and there is no run, fielded by all.
I think if we pretended there was no such thing as an unfashionable county, it might be a little bit disingenuous, to be honest.
Yeah. Coles in, bowls, clipped away by Libby to backward square. There is
one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons players move. We were talking about it yesterday. I think it's one of the reasons players move. I think it's because they think they get more limelight in certain places than others.
Coles shorter, and Libby cuts that one out. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs, and that was just guided away. It was a little too wide of the off stump. There is a slip in place, but Jake Libby just waited for that and just caressed the ball down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Beautifully played. 132 to Libby, 267 for 2. Lovely shot. Who would have been the last player to play for England apart from Moeen Ali from Worcester?
We should know that off the top of my head, shouldn't I?
In comes Coles. Bowls. The rain's getting heavier, actually. You can hear it pitter-pattering on our effects microphone.
John Curtis will tell me in a minute.
There is no run.
Be listening. Last player to play for England apart from Moeen, probably Vikram Solanki.
In comes Coles, bowls, cut away by Libby again. This time it's a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. I suspect we may be going off the field here. The umpires look as if they're in a bit of a rush. Well, maybe not. No, they're not. They're staying on. You can hear the rain falling steadily on our effects microphone. 1 or 2 umbrellas now starting to go up around the ground. 260. Is that 260 or 266? My glasses.
268.
Thank you. I don't know whether it's just me. I think it is me, actually. I can see 260. Ariana's laughing.
268, yeah.
He says, what's the matter with him?
Oh, Pat, yeah, of course, John Curtis just pointed out Pat Brown played international T20.
Okay.
But you didn't really mean T20.
No, I mean Test cricket.
Cricket.
Thank you, though, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Test cricket, you're probably going back to Graham Hickey. Gareth Batty.
Is it me or is it you, Jack?
It's you. It's me, isn't it? It's me, actually, but I've got to shoot. So
That's all right.
I'll do one more ball.
Yeah, do.
Before they ring me up.
And so, where are you?
Exactly. In fact, I better go now. Actually, I think I'll leave.
Yeah, he might get into trouble. Well, Frank Ariana's going to come back and join us on commentary. Jack Carson in from the CN bowls, clipped away by Libby to mid wicket. There is no run. Good tumbling save by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. You can hear the rain now. Just put the effects microphone on. Yeah, that's rain, and yes, we're ready for an update if that's you, Callum. In comes Carson bowls and played out into the offside by Libby. And there is no run. 133. Jake Libby. He's faced 223 balls. Thanks, Callum. Just talking to our producer back in Brighton. We'll be going for an update shortly. Comes Castle again, bowls, played into the onside by Libby. There is no run. It's raining pretty steadily now. And there are umbrellas up away to our left hand side. I suspect at the end of this over that we may be going off. Ground staff are getting ready down to our left. In comes Carson bowls. Libby plays onto the onside. There is no run. Fielded by Alior. So it remains 268 for 2. Carson back to his mark. One more ball in this over. 5 dot balls so far. Carson in bowls and forward comes Libby. Played into the offside. There is no run. The umpire's going to have a natter, and I think they're going to leave the field, Ariana, because this rain looks like it's a little heavier.
I'd agree there. The batters look like they're converging and everyone's just waiting for the umpires here.
I think
heads turned.
Sussex lads are halfway to the pavilion.
Yeah, I think all the players know. But as you said, the umpires have been good here.
Yes, the umpires are chatting on. I'll just take over, Ariana, because we're just going to do an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and we are going off for a moment. So, rain. 268 for 2. With Libby on 133. Jack Haynes on 20. Sorry, Jack Haynes on 2. Just do our update. Well, I was watching, Danny, until a couple of weeks ago, but if you could hear some squeaking noises in the background, that's the sound of the covers that are just being brought onto the ground, because it's just this minute started to rain. But there's been drizzle in the air, to be honest, Danny, for much of the day, but now it is raining really quite heavily. And looking around the county ground, the sky seems to be filling in. And we've had a couple of delays, but I think this could be the most lengthy of the day. In the play that we have had, Worcestershire have consolidated their position there. 268 for 2. Jake Libby has batted beautifully. He's 133 not out. Earlier on, Ed Pollock made 98. Both wickets for Sussex taken by Jack Carson, back into the side after 11 months out with a knee injury. He top scored yesterday with 58, and he's picked up both wickets for Sussex today. So Northamptonshire. So Worcestershire ahead here, Danny, by 48. Meanwhile at Northamptonshire out for 339, and Surrey struggling in reply. They're 72 for 3 with Burns, Patel and Geddes all back in the pavilion.
So you're going back there at the county ground, Sussex already overtaken by Worcestershire.
Yeah.
So this looks like it might be a commanding lead when the rain.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think, I think the reality is here, Danny, that yesterday the wicket was quite favourable to the bowlers. Sussex won the toss, decided to bat. I think Worcestershire would have done the same, but the ball was nipping around a bit. Sussex probably did well to get to 220, but they really haven't bowled well here at all, with the exception of Jack Carson. Far too many loose deliveries, and the Worcestershire batsmen, when there's been a bad ball, they've made sure they hit it for 4 runs. So I think The good news is play is going to resume. It is very gloomy. Without floodlights, we certainly wouldn't be playing. But 30 overs left in the day. Well done to the ground staff just down below, Ben Gibson and his team. To be honest, it hasn't rained all that hard. It's been a rather irritating drizzle for the last couple of hours. But the good news, we're back out. I wouldn't say this is going to be the last interruption because it does look pretty overcast and pretty drizzly. Ariana Dowse is with me. We've got some play. I wonder, I'd have thought Worcestershire, Ariana, will be very pleased to be back out there because they're in pole position in this game.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. They're scoring runs freely with the Sussex bowling attack as it is, and they've really got a grip on this game. Why would they not want to keep playing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, it's going to be James Coles who's going to start off from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes, who's 2 not out. Jake Libby, on the other hand, 133 not out, has batted beautifully. One thing to bear in mind is that the new ball will be available to Sussex in just 6 overs' time. Now, that could have 2 effects. A, obviously, Sussex would like to bowl with a new ball. These two will be very, very keen to be there when the new ball is taken because there is still a bit in this pitch. It is very cloudy, it's overcast, and you'd think these are great bowling conditions. As in comes James Coles around the wicket to bowl to Haynes, who's forward, plays back to Coles, and there is no run. And in fact, it is that gloomy. I wonder if the quicks come on, whether we will stay on or not, even with the lights. But let's worry about that when we come to it. In comes Coles, round the wicket bowls, forward comes Haynes and just nudges that into the offside and picks up a single. Worcestershire have been saying all day are not out of the race for promotion to Division 1. It's a bit of a long shot, but they've got 2 home games to come against Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, 2 really difficult games. But if they could come away from Hove with 24 points, they are in the mix, no question about that. Coles, with just the one slip in place, who's Tom Clark, is in around the wicket and bowls and clipped by Libby to mid-wicket, fielded by Alistair Orr, and there is no run. The lead is 48, still 2 days remaining in the match after this one. Forecast for tomorrow, suddenly morning is not great, but better in the afternoon as in comes Coles again, bowls, and Libby clips the ball to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just get the feeling that Sussex are trying to hasten towards the new ball here. That's the reason for spin from both ends. Coles in again, bowls, and Libby flicks this through square leg. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take, fielded by Brad Curry on the edge of the square. One more to Jake Libby. He goes to 133. I thought he had 133 beforehand. That should go to 134, I think. Oh, no, something's happened with the scoreboard. We've got some buffering on the main scoreboard. So in comes Coles, bowls, shorter and cut away by Haynes. Nice looking shot. It's only a single though to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Who gets in the throw? Who's that all the way out there? I think that is Fahim Ashraf, is it? Who's got a different jumper on. Nonetheless, another single to Haynes. He goes to 4. It is the end of James Coles' over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. Worcestershire 271 for 2. Haynes 4. Libby 134. I'm not sure, Ariana, in this light, I'd fancy facing quick bowling.
No, I wouldn't, especially with the new ball. Maybe it doing a bit in the air, swinging around. It would be harder to track and keep count of that ball as a batter.
Yeah, I think that's really quite.
At the end, Jack Carson.
As you said, spin from this end as well, racing towards that new ball, hopefully.
Yeah, just 5 overs away. But it is very grey, isn't it? But at least we're playing, and Worcester will be pleased about that.
As Carson bowls to Haynes, and he's defended strongly off the front foot to the offside.
On the one hand, you might think that Worcester might be thinking, hang on, in these 6 overs, let's really push on and get as many runs as we can. On the other hand, they won't want to get out and expose the middle order to the new ball.
Exactly, as Carson bowls. And Haynes advanced down the track for an easy single as that drives to mid-on.
Haynes to Haynes, that was. Tom Haynes at mid-on. Spelled differently, though.
I instead of Y.
Yeah, yeah. Haynes with an I, not Haynes with a Y.
As Carson goes into bowl from the seaside end. Libby on strike, and it's defended with a bit of pad involved, a half cry of
Yeah,
hope.
I wonder if there was a bit of bat on that, you know.
Well, the Sussex fielders weren't too enthusiastic about that one, so quite possibly. Carson goes into bowl. It's off spin, worked off on the legs, quick single taken, but quite easy and comfortable in the end. As Henry Crocombe had to run around there and field it.
He scampered through there, Jake Libby, because just before that break for rain, Henry Crocombe was thrown down the stumps at this end of the ground with a very good bit of fielding, so he was running for all he was worth, was Jake Libby.
As Carson goes into bowl, Santa Haynes lets flick through the short square leg for a single. Might have been slightly aerial with the cries, but too many reactions there.
My thought that it was the rain was clearing from the north is clearly wrong, because it's raining at Lord's again, so they've had a frustrating day in the capital as well.
It's been a rainy day for England.
Yeah.
As Carson bowls, it's been slightly fuller ball driven to the offside, but only one of the sweeper runs in there to keep it down to one. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, an expensive over as far as Jack's concerned. He's bowled very tightly. In fact, he just conceded the 4 singles. Very good figures, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35 for Jack Carson. Great to see him back as around the outfield. Alan Richardson from Worcestershire. Not sure if he's the Worcestershire bowling coach. And Joe Leach wandering around down below us. Frank Watson's leaning out the window. He's going to probably ask me a question. Hello, Frank. We'll probably hear all this conversation in the effects microphone. Oh, no, they're not going to talk too much. But it's going to be James Cole's new ball, now just 4 overs away, and that could be quite telling, because I'm not sure this is good enough light in which to play with a new ball. Coles is in, bowls to Libby, who plays that to backward point. Well fielded there by Tom Alsop. There is no run. There's a slip in place, 4 men saving a single, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg. It is dark, Ariana, isn't it? They talk about when the floodlights take over from the natural light. I mean, fair play to the umpires. We're staying out there, but I don't know how much longer for us. Coles is in bowls, and Libby eases that into the offside, picks up a single, fielded by Hudson Prentice. 1 more to Jake Libby. He goes to 137.
Yeah, you can just see the fielder's shadows there from the light, all 4, or however many you can see around them.
Yeah.
And that's definitely just artificial light taking over there.
Tom Alsop has come out from backward point. He's going into short leg. And the umpires are just surveying umpire long at the far end. I don't know whether he's thinking about the light, even with the slow bowlers on. Coles is in, bowls, forward comes Haynes. Oh, a good bit of fielding that was by Tom Alsop. That was really good. It was clipped by Haynes to short leg. Alsop fielded one-handed in the same motion. He fielded the ball and threw the ball at the stumps. It hit the stumps as well. But clearly Haynes was back, well, not clearly, but Haynes was back in his ground, or else he would have been walking off. He's on 6. 270, is that 276 for 2, Ariana?
Yes.
Comes Coles, bowls, Haynes clips that to short leg again. Tom Alsop stops. But again, there is no run. 2 balls left in the over, just the single coming so far. Coles again. Comes in and bowls, and Haynes forces this through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Fahim Ashraf. 1 more to Haynes. He goes to 7. 277 for 2. The lead therefore is 57 for Worcestershire. Coles again. In and bowls, and Libby plays it. Well, they were thinking about a single. It wasn't really there. Jack Haynes was quite committed to the single from the non-strikers end, but Libby sent him back. It is the end of the over. The umpires sort of have a knowing look at each other. Which is often the signal that they're concerned. They go up, they're going to have a chat about the light. Frankly, if we go off now, I can't see us getting back on, because there is no way they're going to let the quick bowlers bowl in this light. Well, they're carrying on for the time being, but my suspicion is that if the new ball is taken, and it will be taken, I'm sure, I see no reason why Tom Haynes wouldn't take the new ball. I don't think you can bowl in this light. So we may just have 3 more overs. I'm just looking at the weather situation. It is a little brighter to the west, but there's very little wind, is there, any to sort of blow anything away? So
there are a few umbrellas up as well.
Are there?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe the drizzle has got a little harder.
But Carson to bowl from the sea end again. And Haynes is facing as he bowls. And it's a strong defence. Very, very big lunge there from him.
Yeah, they're almost onto a hiding to nothing here in a sense, the Worcestershire batsmen, because they may get another 10 or 20 runs, but what they won't want to do here is lose a wicket. They want to come back tomorrow with 8 wickets in the bank.
That's exactly what Sussex will want, wickets.
Yeah.
As Carson bowls, a little shorter, flatter one. Played to mid-on, but no run taken.
Yeah, I think, if Worcester come out of today and they're thinking, right, we lead by 50-odd runs, 50 or 60 runs, we've got 8 wickets in the bank, 2 days to go, they'll feel they can still get a positive result. I say the forecast not great for tomorrow morning. I think there'll be some play tomorrow afternoon and hopefully on Thursday.
And Carson bowls, and it's worked into the leg side, but for no run as Alior does the fielding. Carson walks in again as he bowls, and it's defended into the offside for an easy one. Means Libby is back on strike. The in-batter on 137. 137. Still keeping the short square leg in under the helmet for both players here now.
I think you're right. I think it is starting to drizzle. Not enough to pick it up on our RFX microphone.
Carson in, bowls, and it's defended solidly by Libby. He's just been very patient with his 137 runs off of 236.
Yeah.
In, Carson goes again. Worked into the offside for a lovely single from Libby. That's the end of the over.
They could have another chat now, the umpires. Well, I don't think the light is any worse now than it was when they bowled the last over, but maybe it is drizzling a little harder out there. My feeling is here, Ariana, we'll get these 2 overs over. Tom Haynes will take the new ball. And that'll probably be it for the day. I think it is drizzling a little harder now. Can you see any umbrellas up? Yes, there's one at the far end of the ground. In fact, there's quite a few umbrellas up.
Over there, yes.
How many overs have we had today? That's 78 on the board, so we've had 48 overs. So it hasn't been, half the overs in the day. It hasn't been a complete washout. In comes James Coles. Goes into bowl to Jake Libby, who works her way through the offside. Picks up a single. I think Worcestershire will just be but the 2 umpires just having a little look at each other. Staying out for the time being, but I don't think we're going to be much longer, unfortunately, today. Coles waits. I think our Sussex here, I'd have everyone clustered around the bat because there's nothing to be lost, really. In comes Coles, bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays to mid-on, there is no run because if Sussex, Worcester will just desperately not want to lose a wicket here.
Yeah, I think Sussex could be a bit more on the offensive.
Yeah, I agree. But, put some pressure on because there's nothing to be lost. Tom Haynes is drying the ball at the far end of the ground. Breeze just gets up a little bit as the Union flag flies away to our right-hand side. Coles in again, bowls. Cut away by Haynes. That's a good shot. Well stopped at backward point by Jack Carson. Good tumbling save. Prevents anything more than a single. Haynes to 9, 281 for 2. The lead is now 61 for Worcestershire. Alior drying the ball on a cloth that he's got, gives it to James Coles. Huh? Yeah, Frank has just come in and said it's raining. I mean, you can see some umbrellas up at the far end of the ground. I think we might have one more over, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. In comes Coles, bowls to Libby, who works that through on the offside and picks up a single. Libby goes to 140, the total 282 for 2. The umpires have another look at each other. We may not even get one more over. We'll see. Credit to the umpires, though. I think they've kept the players out there, Ariana, and I think that they've done everything they can to keep the game going. 2 more balls to go in this over from James Coles. He's in on bowls. That's a full toss and clipped away, and that's 4 runs. And that was a very poor delivery by James Coles. That was a loose delivery on leg stump. And Jack Haynes just said, "Thanks very much. I'll clip that away to the boundary for 4 runs." He goes to 13, 286 for 2. The lead is 66. I can see the rain on the window on our commentary box here now.
I think the players are starting to
Get a bit twitchy, aren't they?
see the wet ball, have to stop and shine it, look after it a bit more.
Yeah.
Slowing the game down a little bit.
So, Coles waits. He's taking an awful long time now, isn't he? He's entitled to dry the ball off, but it's obviously getting very wet.
That last ball wouldn't have helped the situation.
No, rolling all the way along the floor. In comes Coles and bowls, and Haynes works that just short leg. Hits towards up on the pads. The ball bounces back towards the stumps. There is no run. End of the over. The umpires are going to have a natter here. I wonder if this might... Well, we'll have to wait and see whether this is a going off natter or whether that's... I mean, I think we will go off after one more over, whatever happens, because Tom Haynes will definitely take the new ball. I see absolutely no reason why he wouldn't. And if he does, I just can't see the umpires allowing them to bowl in this light with the quick bowlers on. We're staying on. And we're going to have at least one more over.
Well, that would be a nice even 80 overs bowled then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Don't want to end it on 79.
Yeah, I can see Fahim Afshash is warming up in front of the scoreboard. So that would have had 50 overs today, which, you know, it's not a complete washout. Sussex are taking an age here to bowl this over, aren't they? I don't quite understand why, to be honest. I mean, bowl the over, get the quicks on, and I think the umpires will say we're coming off. Anyway, but the umbrellas have gone down at the far end now.
It's Carson bowls and it's defended straight back to the bowler.
I mean, earlier on, we could hear the rain on our effects microphone. In fact, those are our umbrellas up at the far end? No, I don't think they are.
One or two. Yeah, it's tricky to see from here with the tinted glass. As Carson's in bowling, and it's driven by Libby out to the sweeper on the offside boundary for 1.
Frank's come back into the bowl. I mean, I just think Frank Worcester will be just, if they don't lose a wicket, they'll be very pleased, I would imagine. Just that they don't want to lose a silly wicket here.
Sussex taking their time drying that ball off again because it's been hit along the ground.
I mean, they're ahead on over 8, aren't they? -2. Oh, sorry, is that +2 or -2?
I believe it's +2.
+2. Okay.
So they can take their time.
Yes, they can take their time.
As Carson comes round the wicket. Guided just past slip for 1 run.
And there's still plenty of time left in this match. I know we may get some time taken out tomorrow, but, you know, there's still plenty of time for Worcester to get a positive result here. Lead is what now? 68.
So quite a positive field set as
Yes.
Carson bowls to Libby, who works it into the gap on the offside, and it's an easy single taken.
I think the rain has stopped. Your eagle eyes may be able to spot an umbrella more readily than I can. I mean, it's pretty miserable, isn't it? It's very gloomy.
Yeah, not many people left in that
Very-
uncovered stand there.
Very few people.
That's Carson's in, and it's defended strongly there by Haynes.
Yeah, in fact, in the uncovered southwest corner, I think I can see 3 spectators. Everyone else is trying to get under some sort of cover.
Which is required.
Yeah.
Carson in, bowls, and it's defended.
Right.
The end of the over. Worcestershire at 289 for 2.
Well, the new ball is available. I would imagine Sussex will want to take that new ball. I imagine the umpires will probably decide that it's too dark to bowl with the new ball. We'll have to see. The umpire's having a natter away. Sussex players are having a conversation in the middle of the pitch. Lots of people involved in that conversation. Not too sure why. Tom Haynes, I'm sure, will take the new ball. I don't see why he wouldn't. They're all pursuing the umpire. And they're all going off.
There was the signal from the umpire.
Yeah, off we go. So I think that was all about the new ball has been taken by Sussex, or Tom Haynes was going to take the new ball. And the umpires have decided it's too dark to bowl with the new. That's my feeling there, Ariana. That being said, I can see some umpires up at the far end of the ground. Joe Leach and Alan Richardson walking around the ground, look a little frustrated. I will be surprised if we get much more cricket today. Ariana?
It's been a very stop-start day.
No, it has. We've had 50 overs. I think we've probably been reasonably lucky to get 50 overs, to be honest.
The middle is that the umpires will call. As soon as we have more information, I shall pass to. But for now, players suspend.
You were right.
So there we are. Bad light. At 80 overs. With a score on is it 282 for 2?
289 for 2.
What's the matter with me?
With Haynes on 14 off 40, and they'll be 142 now off his 242 balls.
Yeah. So very, very frustratingly, another break in play. And my feeling is now that I will be surprised if we get much more cricket, not least because of the rain, but because I think the light isn't good at all.
Yeah, that announcement